Thank you so much for that presentation. And next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pomfong Kuchasorn that will be discussing development of a game-based learning management model to promote the development of SMEs-based business management process concepts for small business groups.
Development of a game-based learning management model to promote the development of SME-based business management process concepts for small business group by Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pumpongkochasorn, Dr. Sunantha Sathyanramat, Dr. Phakkamon Phokha Thiragun, Dr. Amnoy Bunyarat Maitri, Rajamankara University of Technology Ratanakosin, College of Innovation Management, RCIM. Biography. Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pumpongkochasorn is a director from Institute Innovation Technologies, Educational and Research, ITER, Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, EITS, Thailand. Lecturer in Educational Administration Innovation Program, College of Innovation Management, RCIM, Rajamankara University of Technology, Ratanakosin, Thailand. He graduated with a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. There are research results published in the National Database, TCI1 and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and received the Base Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into the database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and technologies engineering. Abstract. The research on developing a game-based learning management model, game-based learning, to promote the development of conceptual management process based on the SME model for small business group is aimed at studying at the development of learning model. It teaches innovative teachings and learning method through a game-based learning as well as to study academic achievement and opinions of doctoral students in management in education. Concept develop process management according to the business model SME for small business group of students who study with game-based learning and teaching using quantitative research method, using tools to collect data through population questionnaire were doctoral students in the field of management, College of Innovation Management, Rajamankara University Technologies, Ratanakosin, that study the concept of developing business management process concept according to the SME model for small business group, creatively 16 students in the first semester of the academic year 2020. The result of the research showed that the development of the teaching and learning model for innovation in teachings and learning method using game-based learning in the whole was the highest level when considered on a sequential basis. In descending order of mean, it was found that the student developed the concept of management process according to the model business SME for the small business group. In practice, management do were the highest for their opinion on student achievement as a whole, as the highest level when considered individually ranked from average to highest. Little found that student has the most opinion on intellectual skill and the opinion on the student who study with game-based learning in those level. The highest when considered in descending order, average descending found that student has the most opinion on creativity. Introduction. The researcher believed that learning activities should be meaningful and interesting to students. They should be allowed to create, develop, and apply additional knowledge or skills. They should have options and be able to given the opportunity to be planners and decision makers. Activities should be created that allow children to utilize their knowledge in new situations. Children should be encouraged to find answers to their own questions by using analytics to foster entrepreneurship and ideas in the management of exhibitions and events. For students of exhibition and event management to be model for other courses and to promote the development of business management process concept according to the SME model. For business group, the size corresponds to the learning objective for students in the 21st century, consistent with the learning outcome according to the National Higher Education Qualification Framework (TQF) of the development of student learning outcome in 5 areas. 1. Morality and ethics. 2. Knowledge of SME business model. 3. Skills in SME business model. 4. Skill in relationship between person and responsibility. 5. In terms of numerical, analytic skill, communication, and using information technologies, game-based learning is a learning medium that will help learners learn both at the level of memory and understanding. It is also interesting to motivate students to want to learn, to create a sense of fun for a learner and to engage learner in the learning process until self-learning occurs. The design game should be tested several times to ensure that the game retains its content, are important and create fun and engaging for learner. Research objective. 1. To study the development of a game-based learning management model to promote the development of the concept of business management process according to the SME model for small businesses. 2. To study opinions of doctoral student, Department of Management in the study of conceptual development of management process according to SME business model for small business group. Learning by teachings and learning by using game as a base, game-based learning. 3. To study the academic achievement of doctoral student, Department of Management in the study of conceptual development of management process, according to the SME business model for small business groups, learning by teaching and learning by using game as a base. Research results. Step 1. Determine the learning objective. Clear content boundaries will allow you to choose the game that is more suitable for the teaching style. Before using the game, consider the following. 1. Intervention if the learner do not understand the content of the lesson of the development of game-based learning management model. The teachers may try to use the game to fix the deficiencies. The selected game should be appropriate for the learner in terms of content and learning style of learners. 2. Game enrichment should be diverse and create challenges for a learner to learn new methods of developing a game-based learning management model. 3. Reinforcement. The game has a variety of features in addition to motivating students. It is also considered to reinforce the content in the lessons of developing a game-based learning management model, as well as creating interaction with learners. The aforementioned this will result in the teaching process in accordance with the needs of teachers and students. Step 2. Experiment with the game. Once the game is appropriate for the learners, instructors need to bring the game to a trial of learn the following information. 1. The development of a game-based learning management model of the teacher's role is appropriate. He is the one who is encourage students to experiment, practice, and praise them when they do the right thing to boost their morale. 2. Developing a game-based learning management model of usability should be easy to use, challenging. 3. Developing a game-based learning management model of engaging content and presentation methods will determine student engagement. 4. Game-based learning management model development of content types to support various learning styles. Games should have different types of content. 5. Development of a game-based learning management model that is a content level to identify problem area and various aptitudes. Games should use different teaching principles to adapt the content to each player. Developing a game-based learning model following the steps mentioned above will help them decide if the game is appropriate and consistent with the learning goal set. Step 3. Study the student opinion towards the development of a game-based learning management model. When the game is used in the experiment, the satisfaction of the learner must be checked from the questionnaire. Satisfaction with the C2C suitability in various aspects of the game, according to user feedback. Step 4. Improve and develop a game-based learning management model from a game-based experimentation. Instructor must bring such defects to be corrected in accordance with the learning goal and learners. Step 5. Assess the development of a game-based learning management model by collecting data from experimental games to be compared with the assessment criteria set. Research result. Objective 2 is to study the opinions of doctoral students, Department of Management in the study of conceptual development of management process according to SME business model for small business group. In the first semester of the academic year 2020, in the first part, it was found that most of the students were 6 males and 4 female. Small creatively, 10 students in the first semester of the 2020 academic year had mean and standard deviation of student opinion toward learning management model in the study of conceptual development of management process according to SME business model for small business groups. Research results. Table 1 mean and standard deviation of student opinion towards learning management model in the study of conceptual development of management process according to the SME business model for small business group using game as a base. In the overall picture, from the table 1 is what found that the opinions of students toward the learning management model in the study of the conceptual development of the SME business management process for small business group. Game-based learning in overall was the highest level, 4.45. Table 2, mean and standard deviation of student opinion towards learning management model in the study of conceptual development of management process according to SME business model for small business group using game as a base in the overall picture. From this table, it was found that the mean and standard deviation of student opinions towards learning management style in the study of conceptual development of management process according to SME business model for small business group by using game as a base in the all pictures as a high level 4.45. Objective 3 is to study the academic achievement of doctoral students, Department of Management in the study of conceptual development of management process, according to SME business model for small business group, who study with game-based learning and teaching management. The opinions on the student overall academic achievement were at the highest level, 4.45. Table 3 mean and standard deviation of educational perspective for doctoral student Department of Management in the study of conceptual development of management processes according to SME business model for small business groups that study with game-based learning management in the overall picture. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. Our next presentation will be presented by the same presenter, Assistant Professor Dr. Pomfakawat Pompongkuchasorn, that will be discussing the development of education institution management strategies affecting the quality of secondary education students under the Office of the Secondary Education Service Area in the Eastern Region.
The development of educational institution management strategies affecting the qualities of secondary education students under the Office of the Secondary Education Service Area in the Eastern Regions by Assistant Professor Dr. Phumphakawat Phumpongkochasorn and Associate Professor Dr. Udompit Chaisakul Rajamankara University of Technologies, Ratanakosin, Thailand. College of Innovation Management, RCIM. Biography. Assistant Professor Dr. Phumphakawat Phumpongkochasorn is a director from Institute Innovation Technologies, Educational and Research, ITER, Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, EITS, Thailand. Lecturer in Educational Administration, Innovation Program, College of Innovation Management, RCIM, Rajamankara University of Technologies, Ratanakosin, Thailand. He graduated with a Doctorate of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. There are research results published in the National Database, TCI1 and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and received the Base Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into the database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and technologies engineering. Abstract. The research article objective are to develop an educational institution management strategies model to investigate the suitabilities of institutional management strategies model development and to develop a manual for implementing an educational institution management strategies that affects the qualities of people studying a secondary education under the Secondary Education Service Area Office in Eastern Regions by using the combined research method. The research instrument consisted of a semi-structured questionnaire, a meeting record, a group of experts, an assessment form. The appropriateness of the statistical manuals used in this research were percentage, mean, standard deviation, content analysis. The results of the research reveal that the development of an educational institution management strategies that affects the qualities of the secondary school student under the Office of the Secondary Education Service Area in the Eastern Regions. There are 5 strategies as follows. 1. Development of a strategies for school management in organization and environment conducive to learning. 2. Development of an institutional management strategies for promoting proactive learning. 3. Development of an institutional management strategies model in enhancing leadership for teachers. 4. Development of a management strategies model. 5. Development of strategies for the overall application of school was at the highest level by developing a strategies model of the instructional manual. Developing the model of educational institution management strategy is overall appropriate at a very good levels. Index terms, strategies model, development, institutional management, learner quality, educational management strategies. Research objectives. The objectives of this research article were as follows. 1. To develop the educational institution management strategies that affects the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions. 2. To examine the appropriateness of the development of educational institution management strategies that affects the quality of secondary school learners under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the East. 3. To develop a manual on the use of educational management strategies that affects the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions. Research result. 1. With regard to the results of the development of educational institution management strategies that affect the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions, they were found that the education that affected the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions has 5 strategies as follows. 1. Developing a model of educational institution management strategies in setting up an environment conducive to learning. 2. Developing an educational institution management strategies to promote proactive learning. 3. Developing an educational institution management strategies to enhance leadership for teachers. 4. Developing an educational institution management strategies in participation in classroom management. 5. Developing educational institution management strategies. The results was appropriate for overall implementations at the highest level. Research result number 2. With regard to the results of the assessment of the appropriateness of the development of educational institution management strategies that affects the quality of secondary school learners, the results show that the model of educational institution management strategies affecting the quality of secondary school learner under the Secondary Education Service Area Office in the Eastern regions had the overall suitability at the most level 4.81, 0.34. When considering each strategies, the averages was as follows. 1. Development of educational institution management strategies in setting up an environment conducive to learning, 4.87 or 0.45 SD. The development of educational institution management strategies to promote proactive learning, 4.56 SD 0.64. The development of educational institution management strategies to supplement build leadership for teachers, 4.83 SD 0.34. For developing a strategic model for school management in participating in classroom management, 4.226 SD 034. By developing a strategies model, the school management is appropriate to use, 4.67 SD 0.29. Research result with number 3 with regard to the results of the development of the manual for the use of educational institution management strategies that affects the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions. The manual for the development of educational institution management strategies that affects the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions had overall appropriateness at the high level 4.77 SD 0.54. Discuss the results of the research. Number 1. Development of educational institution management strategies that affect the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions. The quality of secondary school learner has 5 strategies and 18 activities because the development of the educational institution management strategies that affects the qualities of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the eastern regions plays an important role in stimulating the quality of secondary school learners. The learning of the learner helps create a good atmosphere for learning as well as enhancing desirable characteristics in terms of knowledge, skills, and good attitudes, learning in accordance with the research. 5. Regarding the development of decentralized education management model in basic education institution in accordance with the guideline of the National Education Act. Buddha era basics education consists of participation strategies, task assignment strategies, personal development strategies, strategy for supervision, and follow-up technology strategies, resource mobilization strategies, coordination strategies, integrations strategies, and management strategies that focus on qualities throughout the organization. 2. Research results of the assessment of the appropriateness of the development of educational institution management strategies that affect the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the eastern regions. The results show that the development of educational institution management strategies that affect the quality of secondary school students is most appropriate overall. This is because of the study of document and related research, interview with multi-case study experts, schools that have received the prestigious OBEC Award for Class Management and Management at the national level, academic year 2020, experts group meeting. This is the development of a strategies that creates a process of improvement and ensure that strategies that can be applied in classroom management can affect the quality of learner. In line with the concepts of Barlow, the change of educational institution is a change in the organizational structure or design of a new job. There is an adjustment of the work process by using technologies and people development in terms of attitudes, expectations, perceived and operational behavior by creating a common meaning of the organization as an organizational culture. Discussion research result of the research. Number 3, the results of the development of the manual for the use of the educational management strategies model that affects the quality of the secondary school learner under the Office Secondary Education Service area in Eastern regions. The management of educational institution affecting the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern regions had overall appropriateness at very good levels. This is because the manual has been reviewed by a panel of experts and assessed the suitability of use by 9 experts and then be revised, which can be used as a guideline for school management that affects the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service area in the eastern regions, which affect the quality of learner effectively and consistent with research and educational opportunities under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the Northeast. The average level of suitability was at a high level. The indicator manual was audited by an expert committee and assessed the suitability of use by 7 experts and then bring it to improve and can be used as a guideline for assessing the risk management of educational institutions. Conclusion, the researcher has summarized the research results into a body of knowledge from the study of the development of educational institution management strategies that affect the quality of secondary school learner under the Secondary Education Service area office in the East and in the situation of the COVID-19 epidemic. There are various forms of education management review. However, it is important to manage the school that affect the quality of secondary school learner under the Office Secondary Education Service area in the Eastern region. Is that effective and effective classroom management must be implemented according to strategies 1. Developing educational institution management strategy in setting up an environment conducive to learning. 2. Developing of educational institution management strategies to promote proactive learning. 3. Developing a model educational institution management strategies for enhancing leadership for teachers. 4. Developing an educational institution management strategy for participation in classroom management. 5. Developing an educational institution management strategy suitable for use. Feedback. 1. Recommendation from research. Educational institution and related agency can adopt the development of educational institution management strategies that affect the quality of secondary school learner under the Office of Secondary Education Service Area in the Eastern regions to use in the strategic planning action plan that are consistent with the context of the school, the development of a change management model for excellence in basic education institution of the state. 2. Suggestions for the next research. The next research should focus the conditions of management of the transformation towards the excellence in educational research establishment and the development of educational institution management strategies that affects the quality of secondary school learner under the Office Secondary Education Service Area in the Eastern region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Preecha Kamadi to be discussing the effects of green human resource management, green organizational culture, and green service innovation on environmental performance.
Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Preecha Kamadi. I'm from College of Innovative Management, Wachalalongkornrajavidyalaya University, under the Royal Botanic Pathum Thani, Thailand. My research is the effect of green human resource management, green organizational culture, and green service innovation on environmental performance. The aim of this study is to trace the relationship of green human resource management, green organizational culture, green service innovation, and environmental performance. Data were collected from 375 hotels in Thailand. For testing, the past modeling is performed using structural equation modeling. The result revealed that green human resource management has a significant and positive effect on green organizational culture, green human resource management, and green service innovation can have a significant and positive effect on environmental performance. Green organizational culture has significant and positive effect on green service innovation. To find in this study green human resource management practice that contribute to green organizational culture and that predict to achieve green service innovation in the organization. The topic of green human resource management has attracted considerable attention during the last decade. GSIM practice activities such as green recruitment, selection, green training and development, green pay and reward. Firms are more willing to adopt green human resource management as a critical strategy for implementing green practice that enhance environmental performance and achieve sustainable development. The current company should concern operation to include environmental management activity that innovative, sustainable to create innovation and environmental performance. Hypothesis. Hypothesis 1. GSIM effect on GOC. Hypothesis 2. GHRM effect on GSI. Hypothesis T, GSIM effect on HEP. Hypothesis 4, GOC effect on GSI. Hypothesis 5, GOC effect on HEP. Hypothesis 6, GSI effect on HEP. The data for this study are collected through an online survey since 912 hotels such as HR manager, general manager, and chooses 3 to 5-star hotels in Thailand. Result: conduct alpha higher than 0.7 acceptability. Factor loading higher than the standard, suggested by Hare et al. Value of CR higher than 0.7, suggested by Fornell and Lasher. AVE value critical more than 0.5 acceptability. The result of full model. The overall phase nature of the full model in structural equation modeling as displayed on Figure 2. The phase of the model is acceptable. Hypothesis 2 and hypothesis 5 not statistically significant. Hypothesis 1, hypothesis 3, hypothesis 4, and hypothesis 6 were supported. Discussion and conclusion. Hypothesis 1, previous study, Roche et al. Hypothesis 3, previous study, Roche et al., Singh et al., Kim et al. Hypothesis 4, Gullet and Tuna. Hypothesis 6, previous study, Singh et al., Lehman et al. Recommendation. Practice theoretical implication. Green human resource management practice and green organizational culture is key to successful organization development. The purpose of green human resource management practice ensure is to training and incentive employees controlled by top manager become part of culture of the organization. In addition, green innovation act as full mediator of the effect of green organizational culture on environmental performance. Research practical implication. Firms should adopt GSIM to promote environmental management. GSIM should create green organizational culture to involve employee attitude and behavior, leading the organizational green management. Therefore, the study offers numerous previous practical implications for firm and policy make on how to achieve environment performance through green human resource management, green organizational culture, and green service innovation. Research limitation and further research direction. Future research can study other context industry. Second, it is recommended green organizational culture to mediator between green human resource management and green service innovation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Sawika Swanyut to be discussing the enhancing communicative competence in English as a foreign language through community-based hybrid approach.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Sawika Swanyut. I'm a PhD student from the Faculty of Education, Chiang Mai University, Thailand. The topic for the presentation is Enhancing Communicative Competence in English as a Foreign Language through Hybrid Learning. I'm going to start from the biography. I graduated the Master of Education in Curriculum, Instructional and Educational Technology from the Faculty of Education, Chiang Mai University. And now I'm a PhD student majoring in Language Education, Faculty of Education, Chiang Mai University. I have been a government teacher for teaching English at Vertical 2 of Chiang Mai Primary Educational Service Area Office 1 for 5 years. Nowadays, English plays an important role as it is the universal language spoken by people around the world, and many countries have paid attention to its importance and try to improve their population proficiency in English, and also aims to promote the competence in terms of international English communication, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. This article attempts to present the enhancement of communicative competence in English as a foreign language through hybrid learning by studying numerous theories and concepts regarding English competence assessment, elements of performance, and the management of integrated methods of learning while lecture, which teachers can apply it to help encourage the students to be effective in English communicative competence. It is significant resource for countries' development related to the concept aiming to develop the learner's performance in using English and competency that are readily prepared for the circumstance changes of the world in the future. English is a very important and necessary language in today's world because most people communicate in English, and it is also a universal language used in business, social issues, politics, and education. Therefore, the countries which are not fluent in English are often unable to develop as well as the others of the world, or several develop slowly. Having well qualified and its population is essential for the country's development, including the development of the learners to understand English and the native language culture in order to be able to use English in communicating fluently, accurately, and confidently. In order to establish the confidence to learn English, the learners have to gain language experience both inside and outside the classroom. Hybrid learning is an instructional management focusing on creating interact between one learner and another, or the other learners and a teacher. This kind of hybrid teaching method can be applied to the modern technology and innovation to support the learners to study by themselves. This will help enhance the skills in the learners and lead to the improvement of English communicative competence. There are three main components of competency. First, skills, something a person can do well along with regular practice until he becomes skillful, such as a dentist who has the skill to fill a tooth without any pain at all. The second one, knowledge, the knowledge that each person possesses which is specific to each individual. The last one, attributes, the thing that describes a person who may be a leader or a reliable and trustworthy person, and so on. There are five components of communicative competence in English as a foreign language. First, grammatical competence, the mastery of the linguistic code, which includes vocabulary knowledge as well as knowledge of morphological, syntactic, semantic, phonetic, and orthographic rules. Second, socio-linguistic competence, the knowledge of rules and conventions, which underlie the appropriate comprehension and language use in different socio-linguistic and socio-cultural contexts. Third, discourse competence, the mastery of rules that determine ways in which forms and meanings are combined to achieve a meaning through unity of spoken or written text. Fourth, strategic competence. It is composed of knowledge of verbal and nonverbal communication strategies that are recalled to compensate for breakdown in communication due to insufficient competence in one or more components of communicative competence. The last one, metacognitive competence, a high-level cognitive process, and the ultimate goal of teaching. The aim of teaching is to educate and develop student abilities to plan, monitor, and organize a new learning strategies. Hybrid learning is a teaching technique that brings the advantages of learning through an online learning and in the classroom together, in which the emphasis is placed on the combination of a variety of teaching methods to create the interactions between teachers and students and among the students themselves, while digital education tools and software playing in the role in stimulating students to learn to be proactive in their thinking process, including the ability to use modern technology which is more beneficial for learning. There are 4 steps to enhancement their communicative competence in English as a foreign language. First, the teacher needs to analyze the problem condition and the learner needs. And next, the teacher has to design of learning activities. After that, apply the design learning activities in the real situation. And the last step is assess the learner's learning skill. In conclusion, hybrid learning is another teaching technique used in language learning management to make the English classes more interesting and to attract the learner's attention. They will get more determination to study English. In this case, hybrid learning focuses on collaboration by integrating both face-to-face learning styles and computerized learning, so the scope of learning is not limited to only in the classroom. At present, this teaching method is used in all levels of education to reduce gaps or educational inequalities. It is also allows the learners to experience in the language skillfully and to have effective communication skills in English. In summary, hybrid learning is a form of language learning that is suitable to enhance the student's communicative competence in English as a foreign language. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Papalad Rafin Burisaru to be discussing the Buddhist concepts and waste management of post-COVID-19 outbreak.
Hello, everyone. I'm now glad to be here to the 3rd International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, the ICMCER 2021 that will be held on the Faculties of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. So today I'm now to present my article about Buddhist concepts and waste management after the COVID-19 outbreak. So this article, we have our team to write together, consisted of Prapalad Rapin Puttisaro, Direk Duangloi, and myself, Lampong Klomkon, and Malika Pumathon. So we try to set the purpose of our article was to study about Buddhist concepts and waste management after the COVID-19 situation, based on the study from the document and research, and write to academic article. Yes, the results of the study. The study found that after the COVID-19, the problems of the waste and the management of consumption waste will be another case of detention measures, ordering food online, and medical waste from other mass will rise. The public sector must pay more attention to the promotion systematic storage management measures. In Buddhism, there is a concept of race consciousness through discipline such as social disciplines. Corporate responsibilities and volunteerism in waste separation, toxic waste management, medical waste to be proportionate, discussed as advised by the relevant authorities. By the concept of Buddhism, it will be an extension of the measures, the method within the frameworks of encourage, are concise to see the harms of the garbage and see the benefits of the public by managing the waste in their own home, self-discipline, see the benefits of the society as the whole social responsibilities, and environment for the benefits of the coexistence as the results of tracking waste that is emerging after COVID-19. Is from the media's image, that is, the situations of the COVID-19 ordering food and mass causing a loss increasing in waste, so that it should campaign for waste segregation, who is a student of food, recycling waste, and medical waste systematically. From the above figure, the temple has over 200,000 citizens. There are more than 40,000 temples across the country. It will help to reduce the amount of the waste by using containers for putting food instead of plastic or foam boxes to reduce the amount of the waste, as well as encouraging one and novices waste have been sorted that can be reduced. Just from the diagram here, it is indicate that the increasingly waste in the situations of the COVID-19 is the problem. The state problem, temples and monks need to help each other in campaigning to reduce the amount of food waste and medical waste together with the concept and the principle of the precept in the Buddhism through the project of the Kyrgyz called the Five Precept Village Project and the Pracharak project Wat Sang Suk, which integrate with the Buddhist teachings on discipline and social responsibility. Yes, and now we come to the conclusions of these papers about waste management in the situations of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's something to be aware of about the impacts and unusual increase in waste orders under the unusual circumstance of the COVID-19 situation, especially the waste from the consumptions and medical waste that refers to mass. This makes all government agencies, religions, temple, monk, and the public have to rely and give importance to each other to campaign to promote the drive towards the reducing the amount of the waste in all forms systematic waste management board in the state that had to formulate policy, clear measure to achieve practical results on the parts of the religious organization, which are in the sectors of the people, is what emphasized. Is to promote sales service of the benefits of the waste management, as well as promoting practical resulting through the Five Precept Village project and Pracharat Temple project, creating happiness. More than 40,000 temples across the country scattered in the community across the country as the campaign mechanism to promote under the religion way and religion's concept, including volunteer spirits, certify, and service for the society as the whole by taking part in waste management, which is believed to be one way to help reduce the amount of waste caused by the current COVID-19 situation. This is not yet finalized. So yes, that's all for my presentation, and I wish everyone be safe during the situations of the COVID-19 pandemic, and thank you very much for your kind attention, and see you again next conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pacharapon Jantarakas to discuss the Creative Tourism Development Program in Banyu Subdistrict, Samkok District, Pantham Thani Province.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Achira Singh from Department of Tourism and Hospitality at MUTT, Thailand, a presenter today. It is my great pleasure to have presentation today. My research title is Creative Tourism Development Program in Ban New Subdistrict, Samkok District, Pathum Thani Province, Thailand. Let me give you a brief introduction. The Tourism Authority of Thailand drives policy to support tourism in the second city under the Amazing Thailand Go Local campaign, which is a tool to enhance local strength and create income contribution to the second city in 55 provinces in 5 regions of Thailand. This is to make tourism in the second city the most beneficial tourism for tourists and owners of tourism resources. Creative tourism is an alternative that allows second city tourism to be a journey that leads to experiences that can be connected with participatory learning on the province cultures, heritage, or identity. The concept is aimed at the market for specific tourists who want to experience firsthand and interact with the people of the place and learn about their culture and well-being. Tourists feel that they are part of the locality, while the community-based tourism able to create awareness and encouragement through interactions between tourists, community members, and natural resources, traditions, and community way of life. The highlight of Ban New Subdistrict is the Thai Mon community way of life with local knowledge and wisdom in Mon style enrichment and other products derived from the traditional wisdom of the ancestor. These proud stories are told to the tourists to get to know and understand their local way of life and cultures that local and tourists can participate in the learning process with each other. The concept of CBT manage emphasize tourism management in terms of responsibility management so that everyone can work together to reduce environmental and social impacts. They can reflect the identity of the Thai Mon style community through the process of developing tourism program and creating a learning understanding between the community and those outside the community. This is an action research with community participation aimed to study the contextual conditions of creative tourism management in Banyu Subdistrict, then develop a community-based creative tourism program. For the data collection, the researcher used qualitative and participatory action research method. There were a total of 28 focus group participants, which consists of Bad New Subdistrict Municipal Administrator, people in the community, village headmen, community leaders, and experts. The purposive selection method was used. For the result, the assessment of the development of community-based tourism in Thailand in 5 aspects before creative tourism program development found that the result of community assessment should be improved in all aspects. However, the post-assessment is better. For more information, please scan the QR code below. In conclusion, in terms of the impact and sustainability of the changes, community in Banyu Subdistrict benefit from this research. The development of community-based creative tourism program beneficial in the management of resources, cultural, social, and economic. The program contributes to the management of natural resources and the environment for the survival of community based on natural resources, lifestyle, and culture of the local. The program also prides them on disseminating local people, local knowledge, managing resources, creating tourism activities for tourists, participating in conservation and allocate tourism revenue along with supporting community development activities, building cooperation of agencies in working as alliance with community and conserving natural resources and the environment. It contributes to the revitalization of local culture, way of life, and local that reflect the identity of the community. The program also contributes to the development of people as a method of social resources while driving pride in one locality. It brings about cooperation and unity of the people in the community. Social position and acceptance from outsiders is the key to maintaining a community and pressing it on the next generation to create pride in one identity. And the program contribute to the community, economy, and the quality of life of the local people. Tourism draws people from the outside to learn about the community. The motivation for tourists to come into the community is the different way of life and traditional culture. In addition, when the community become known, there will be agency to support in the matter of consumption. In terms of tourism as a supplementary income, the villagers do not consider tourism as their main income. Then, and they can continue their normal life regardless of whether they are tourists or not. However, the community should use the identity of the community to make tourists aware of their unique and show their potential to enhance tourism and prepare to welcome tourists in the future. Thank you for your attention. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Wichit Shangsawang to discuss school administration factors affecting the daily life, new normal guidelines in the crisis of COVID-19 of teachers in the Secondary Education Office Service Area 17, Chanthaburi Province, Thailand.
Hi everyone, my name is Nawasanan Wongpasit. My topic today is school administration factors affecting the daily life new normal guidelines in the crisis of COVID-19 of teachers in the Secondary Education Office Service Area 17, Chanthaburi Province, Thailand. Our biography are the first one, Assistant Professor Dr. Wichit Shangsawang. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management from Durakit Bandit University. Present, he is Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Liberal of Arts, Kruk University, Bangkok, Thailand. He is a lecturer in PhD and Master degree in Educational Administration program of Kruk University. He is very interested in research on the development of education in Thailand. My biography is I am a lecturer from Public Health Program, Faculty of Science and Technology, Rajapat Rajanakarin University, Chachoengsao Province, Thailand. I graduated in Doctor of Philosophy in Human Resource Development, Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. I am interested in conducting research in public health administration, elderly educational administration, and human resource development. The purpose of the research was to study the school administration factors affecting the daily life new normal guidelines of teachers. The sample was 289 teachers in the Secondary Education Office Service Area 17, Chanthaburi Province, Thailand. The sample size determines using Tracy and Morgan table and using a multi-state random sampling. The data collection tools were questionnaires, 5 levels of Likert scale. The data analyzed by using stepwise multiple regression analysis. The research results revealed that the 6 factors of school administration were jointly predict the daily life new normal guidelines of teachers. Found that source in order were personal development, leadership management, organizational structure, atmosphere and organizational culture, and technology and communication. The independence variable were school administration factors, which consist of 6 factors are as follows. 1. Organizational structure. 2. Management. 3. Personnel development. 4. Leadership. 5. Atmosphere and organizational culture. And 6. Technology and communication. The dependence variables consist of 4 new normal daily life guidelines are as follows. 1. The use of media, technology, and the internet. 2. Social distancing. 3. Caring for health of one's own and other health. And 4. Creation of balance of life. The research results were 1. The result of the study on the level of the factor of school administration overall was a high level. The atmosphere and organizational culture were found to have the highest average, followed by the organizational structure, personal development, management, leadership, and technology and communication respectively. 2. The result of the study on the level of the new normal daily life guidelines of the teacher found that taking care of oneself and others had the highest average, followed by the social distancing, using the technology, media, and the internet. The last item with the highest average level was life balance. 3. The 6 core administration factors predict the new normal daily life guidelines of the teacher were personal development, leadership, management, organizational structure, atmosphere and organizational culture, and technology and communication. The multiple correlation coefficients was 0.879 and the forecast efficiency was 0.772, equating to 77.70% with statistical significance level of 0.01. The recommendation were 1. According to the study on the new normalized guideline of teacher under the Office of Secondary Educational Service Area 17, Chanthaburi Province, the overall level of creating life balance was at a high level with the lowest score. Thus, the opportunity to work from home reduced the number of days spent in the office or reduce meetings people in society should be provided in order to create a more balanced life during staying home, personal time, job, and society. 2. According to the study on administrative factor of school under the Office of Secondary Education Service Area 17, Chanthaburi Province, the factor of technology and communication was at a high level with the lowest score. Therefore, the administrator should build understanding for self-awareness regarding practice during COVID-19 pandemic crisis, monitoring, consulting, advising, promoting to use technology, media, and more communicating in order to enhance the effectiveness of communication and online learning and teaching management such as training teamwork to help someone who is not good to technology, surfing the internet to get knowledge, consulting professionals, and so on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya to discuss the roles and achievements of students in Faculty of Education major in Thai language teaching of 5th year student school year 2020. This is a case study of Yasothon Buddhist College.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce myself. My name is Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, and my co-operator is Mr. Warachetun and Mr. Somchai Sanpumi. Today, I would like to talk about the role and achievement of students in Faculty of Education major in Thai language teachings of 5-year student school year on 2002. A case study of Yasothon Buddhist College. This article aims to reflect the views of Thai education on the following issues. The first, the role and importance of education. The second, importance of educational philosophy. The third, teacher professional experience trainings. And the fourth factor of success of students practicing teaching professional experience. The first one, the role and importance of education as follows. One, education is importance of the development of the country to progress. Two, countries whose population are duly and fairly educated tend to be successful in almost every area. Three, educational development relies on teaching as an important factor. And four, teachers are producers of educational products. The second, the importance of educational philosophy. Philosophy is a subject that is very useful for everyday life. This is because philosophy aims to give people a broader worldwide and teach them reason and results to seek answers. The benefits of studying philosophy are as follows. One, philosophy teaches people to think and imagine outside the box to kingdoms without border. Two, philosophy teaches rational thinking and seeks all-round wisdom. Three, philosophy teaches people how to solve problems in life. Four, philosophy evaluates and suggests humans as knowing. And five, human being needs more than four factors, that is the worldview that everyone must have, which the himself know or doesn't know. Developing the quality of Thai educationals. Whenever children and young people have an idea that the more difficult, the more challenging that is the achievement of upgrading to quality of education of the nation. But if children and young try to escape the challenge and find something that less difficult or less efforts of considered successful in raising and quality of Thai education. Third, teacher professional experience training. Professional experience training or internship refer to process of training and learning activity done jointly between the university and the school in order to provide students with the knowledge, skill, and attitude necessary for professional practice, and they are 6 aspects as follows. One, have a sense of public sense are bound by professional duty. 2. Have a knowledge and skill that are beyond the understanding of the general public. 3. It takes a long time to practice professional experience. 4. Have a freedom to make decisions in accordance with the scope of work. 5. There is a control over the standards of professional licensing. And 6. There is a code of ethics as a framework of professional practice. 5. Family. The production of teacher in order to have a good teacher with a quality and teacher spirit. The only theoretical study is not able to solve the educational problems. Therefore, sufficient practical training is required. Therefore, teaching professional experience training is the process of organizing learning activity. Teaching is done jointly between university and school to provide students with their knowledge, skill, and attitude necessary to practice teaching. It is the qualities of meet the need to the school, able to have practice and keep up with modern technology. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Dr. Prakrusuthi Vurasan to discuss the development of emotional intelligence according to concept of the 4 foundation of mindfulness.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce myself. My name is Prakrusuthi Vurasan, and my co-operator is Mr. Somchai Sanpumi and Mr. Warashet. Today I would like to talk about the development of emotional intelligence according to concept of the 4 fundamentals of mindfulness. This article aims to reflect the views of development of emotional intelligence on the following issues. The first one, emotional intelligence. The second, the 4 fundamentals of mindfulness in Buddhism. The third factor affecting emotional intelligence. And the fourth, conclusions. The first one, in emotions intelligence. Emotional intelligence is a process by which human beings in a particular society have ability to recognize and express emotion appropriate to the persons, time, place, and societies. Which feels oneself to be a good person, be a valuable person, and can be happy as a following issues. 1. Positive emotional intelligence is ability to control one's own emotion and internal needs, and best knowing how to empathize with our author and is responsible for the society as a whole. 2. Emotional intelligence is the ability to know oneself, self-understanding emotions, able to make decisions, solve problems, and express themselves effectively, including having a good relationship between others. 3. Happiness emotional intelligence is the ability to rise happily. The second, the 4 fundamentals of mindfulness in Buddhism. Kayanupassana Satipatthana is to consider one's own body to see as it really happens and the deteriorations of the bodies. 2. Vedananupassana Satipatthana is being mindful of various sensations, both happiness and suffering, with ease and abstract ones. 3. Chittanupassana Satipatthana, having mindfulness can calming the mind. And 4. Dhammanupassana Satipatthana is being mindful and not forgetting that all common characteristics are caused by many factors, less of attachment to human beings. The third factor affecting emotional intelligence. 1. Difference between female and male. Females are the ones who know their emotions better than males, show compassion, help, and support, show compassion for each others. 2. Personality will have direct influence on emotional intelligence. 3. Parents and family play roles and influence on emotional intelligence. 4. Religion and education play a role and influence on emotional intelligence. It can be concluded that gender difference, individuals' personality, parent process, and religion and education have positive correlation in encouraging children to increase emotional intelligence has been developed. And 4th, family. The basic self improvements of Buddhism is essentially 4 things as follows. 1. Principles of action is to aim for success which perseveres, especially his one effort. 2. The principles of self-improvement education is that must be regarded as a duty with conscience to train oneself to proceed further in doing various measures deeds to make life and societies more beautiful. 3. Principles of carelessness. Everything around us and our life is uncertain. Everything changes on times. We can't ignore is there anything that should be done in a hurry, but act without negligence. 4. Principles of self-reliance. This gives freedom. So one of most important freedoms means being able to be happier in yourself by adjusting to conform to the nature principle as much as possible. And 4. Principle of self-reliance. This gives freedom. So one of the most important freedom means being able to be happier in yourself by adjusting to conform to nature principle as much as possible. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Next, let us welcome Torsangrazmi Titakau to discuss the challenge of Thai disabled women.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Thosangratsami Thithakkaew. I'm from King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang, Bangkok, Thailand. Now I am so proud to be here and present on the topic of the challenge of Thai disabled women. So let me share my slide. Okay. So with this topic, I have been working since 2 years ago with the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. And I have been working with disabled Thai women and also the person who work to improve the life quality of this person. So in my research, I have been seeing that that is the big challenge for Thailand, and actually Thailand has been entered the aging society since like more than 10 years ago. And for the population of disabled person is also the group that we have to focus, because actually the topic or the issue of disabled persons, especially disabled women, is to be concerned for many years ago. We also have the second edition action plan to improve the quality of life for disabled women, which is have under 4 main strategies. Under the model that disabled women can receive equal treatment and not to be discriminated against under 4 main strategies. First, to encouraging disabled women to receive their basic human rights, welfare, and opportunities. Second, encouraging positive and healthy mental health to all women. Third, protecting women from all kinds of violence. And fourth, encouraging empowering women. With these four main strategies, in my research paper, I would like to see that if that can complete their missions within many years ago, and I want to research about the current situation and challenge for Thai disabled women in order for the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities can get my research result to apply and make a policy to improve this person's quality of life. So the background of this research is about to improve the quality of life. As I have mentioned that I got the data from the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities from the year 2015 to 2020. The result shows that the number of disabled women increased every year. In the year 2015, the number is around 600,000 persons, and it's increasing. In 2021, the number is more than 1 million persons and will continue to increase in the next 20 years to 1,300,000 persons. So, the study of the situation of Thai disabled women has an interesting data that shows the increasing number of disabled women during the next 20 years. This is my research, and I think this is a big challenge for the population of the quality of life for the disabled women living through the aging societies. The objective of the research is like to estimate the number of disabled women in Thailand over the next 20 years and analyze the situation. I used a sample questionnaires of 2,300 disabled Thai women from 30 provinces, as well as from in-depth interviews from 10 leaders of disabled women in various activities. The method of my research used mixed method, which is quantitative research, survey research, and qualitative research, as well as in-depth interview. So about the qualitative research is to study the concept, theories, law, policy that are about disabled women and to improving their life, quality of life. For the quantitative research, divided into two parts. The first part is about the projection. I inserted the population data from the past 5 years into analyzing to the predict number of disabled women in the next 20 years can be determined. The qualitative research, another part, is about the collecting data process. The research gave out a survey to each woman with special needs around the country. As I mentioned, 30 provinces. Surveys were given. 2,300 surveys were used as a part of the data. The survey were divided into two parts followed. And about the analyzing data, I have criticized and analyzed the data and divided into three parts. Here are the findings. Part 1. The main issue for disabled women, situations and accessibility to the human rights of disabled women in the current situation. So, given the number of people with disabilities around the country in 2019, I found that more than 2 million people are holding the disability card, and the ratio of male and female is like so quite similar, but I find that there are 900,000 females, around 47.79%. Here is the number of and percentage of disabled women in 2019. So from this table, we can see that with the disability of movement and intellectual and multiples are the most proportion of disabled women. Let's see the number and percentage of disabled women in 2020s. So it's quite similar. So, and this is the type of disabilities and course of disabled women. So from this table, we can see that most of them are by illness and accident. In terms of marital status of disabled type women, most disabled women are married. And about education, more than 60% receive primary school education. In the year 2019, I can see that the proportion of disabled women to get the education is similar. Most of Thai disabled women receive less than early primary school education. And in terms of career, we can see that the data say that most of them remained their career private, more than 80%. And to identify that there is unemployed, 8.5%. In the year 2019, the study found that there are just 4 are state enterprise, and most of them say that they can't identify their job or unemployed. More than 100,000 persons. It is critical number. That is to say that most disabled women receive primary education around 60% and secondary education only 5%. About religions, the years 2020, the data shows that most of them Buddhisms, but there's also the number of 42% says that disabled women choose not to identify their religion. About access to utilities, I can say that more than 90% don't have telephone numbers, but according to this situation, they might use another way like digital or internet access. About having caretakers, the majority of them, around 70%, have a caretaker, and around 30% don't have any. In terms of population distribution across Thailand, most of disabled women, most of them living in northeastern part of Thailand and northern Thailand. For the same topic, the data from the past 5 years found that majority of disabled women at any age live in northeastern, then central, eastern, and northern Thailand. In terms of receiving welfare and public service from the government, disabled women have received public service from government such as walking path, bathroom, and news. Next on the list are reduction of transportation costs such as train and airplane. However, thing that they still lack of is being able to understand some medium and news, because not all media have a sign language translator. Considering the answers, here are 7 factors that express their satisfied towards the government welfare. So the human rights and equality, well-being, and socializing got very good point. But the thing that has to be improved is about the education, sports and recreation, career, employment, and salary and facility. The first thing that disabled women are satisfied is just they get the disability identity card and allowance. But the factor that has lower rating is not having enough knowledge to fight the lawsuit when discriminated against. Talking about COVID situation, COVID-19 spread situation, most of them, of the examples, they said that they effect from the COVID-19. So what is the effect from the COVID-19 situation based on different factors? They said that health, hygiene, public health, risks of infection, and worrying, work, career, income. social and family worrying about the spread of disease within family, and stability and long-term effect. So all of them around more than 50%. So talking about the number of the percentage of disabled women who are affected by COVID-19 and receive help, we can say that most of them receive help, but there are still some persons did not receive anything. And type of help, most of them have access to information and public news from the Department of Empowerment of Persons about the plan to manage the COVID situation, but less of them access to additional channels to purchase consumer goods through online platform with fastened the real-time arrival, and they still need about the fund loans and emergency loans. Part 2, analyzing the prediction of disabled women population. In the meantime, the challenge in population structures in Thailand results in a decrease in disabled women in young and working age. There's increasing rate in elderly disabled women. Okay, let's see the data, this table. As I have mentioned that I using the data from the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities 5 years ago to calculate in the Population Analysis Program. The predictions from year 2021 to 2040 or the next 20 years, we found that the type of disability will be different in each group. The type of disability is classified into 9 types, which are visual, hearing, movement, mental, behavioral, intellectual, learning, autistic, multiple, and unidentified, as well as are divided into 5 age groups, are preschooler, grade schooler, adolescents, adults, and elder. With the current data from the register per people with disability, the prediction is underestimated, and there are still a number of people who are not registered and avoid registering as people with disability due to parents' belief. However, comparing the numbers of people who register and the number of disabled women, there is not big of a difference, less than 1% for both to define for practical. I would like to mention about this contradiction in aging group. The overall estimation of Thai population, as I mentioned, we enter the aging societies, and the number of population has a preliminary agreement regarding the number of population in which death leads to decrease in population and birth lead to increasing. However, for disabled women, the empirical data show that the number of disabled women didn't decrease from aging to death. The number of aging disabled women are in fact increasing with 2 observations. First, parents avoid registering disabled women with the young women group, and some of disability are not from birth. It's come later in life through illness or other factors. For example, disabilities that have to do with movement, mental illness, or behavioral. Or I can say that when we're getting old, we might lack of disability of the capacity in doing something, and then it is lead to change our ability into the disabled person group. So here is the graph that show that the numbers of disabled women for the next 20 years is totally increasing in contrast with another age group. So the explanation will be like this. It shows that the number have increased from 900,000 in the year 2020 to more than 1 million person in the next 20 years, or 1.9% per year. The number of disabled women who are older than 60 will also increase by 3.62% per year. As we can see, the percentage increase for women of this age is higher than the overall disabled women because of population structure in Thailand, which is drastically increasing in the elderly population, and the ratio of disabled women elderly as 60 plus is higher in comparison. In the meantime, the change in population structure in Thailand results in a decrease in disabled women in young and working age. Using the data also shows that we have been increasing. So when categorized the number of disabilities, we found that the number of disabled women increased across different types by approximately 1.7 to 3% per year. It can say that intellectual disability, multiple disabilities, and vision impairment are the leading types in increasing numbers compared to other types. So we need to prepare for this disability. Part 3, recommendations on how to improve quality of life for disabled Thai women. I can say that from the data estimating disabled Thai women, we can see that next 20 years from now, the number of disabled women continue to increase, especially in elderly. 20 years from now is an important period and challenging to combat to improve the quality of life of disabled Thai women, not only preparing for the change in population structure, but also issues filed from an in-depth interview regarding to the role of disabled women in making a movement about their human rights. Issues with accessing human rights and welfare are still happening. We haven't registered to receive disability benefits. Second, have no access to media and information. Third, violating disabled women's rights. So these 3 topics need to be concerned. The issue that should be considered for improvement policy. I can say that there are 7 challenges that we need to consider for the development policy. Look at this sign. Yes, it's the disability person. If you can see the bathroom for disabled person, it's just like for disabled person. But for disabled women, they need special bathroom that fit for their special needs. So the number 1, I can say that definition of disabled women has to be separated on its own. In the past, the topic of disabled women is often included with other disabled people, which leads to ignorant and inappropriate response to service and welfare specifically for disabled women. Second, role of disabled women. The issues about disabled women should be a universal concern, not just the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security. The disabled women population wants to receive support and improvement from different departments, and having the Minister of Social Development and Human Security as the focal point. They are also looking to see a convention about the rights of people with disabilities, and I think we should raise the role of disabled women to talk about what they want. Third, disabled women's rights. Disabled women should have a space to express their opinions as well as being able to get involved in a different movement in society, including holding a position in important organizations so they can be the voice to raise awareness, make decisions, and support their disabled women, other disabled women. There should be more solutions to support disabled women in following areas. For example, consultation, remedies, restoration or rehabilitation when they have violated in some cases, and forwarding the issues to the relevant person to take care of, resolve the issue effectively. Career and salary. Fixing the regulation at Department for Empowerment of Persons with Disability on the uses of funding loan money, take funding from employer to spread it across disabled people is something to look at. When disabled women have money, they use this as power to make their own decisions on how to spend money on themselves and family members. They can lead their family groups and members. Disabled women should get trained in life skills, career, professional that can help them stand up by themselves. 5. Technologies. Some disabled women still don't have access to technology because they don't have the resource of Wi-Fi. For example, the surveys from the government only just want to know that they have access to telephone at home. but actually they just need Wi-Fi or internet access. So government should work on developing technologies that can facilitate disabled women to live more comfortably. The government should also invest in a system and tools that allow disabled women to access essential topics like communicating with the government agencies, searching for work, receiving news and medical advice. Especially in this COVID spreading situation, they need technology to work and to stay safe at home. 6. Making media public safety appropriate for disabled women. We need to visualize and caption that they are easy for blind people to understand, as well as educate them how to protect themselves from any infringement, sexual harassment. In terms of people with mental illness, the media publicity needs to be adjusted accordingly. That said, distribute news using a spreading method and having volunteers knocking on the door. This is because some people with mental illness might want to keep this part in their lives private. So we need to protect and encourage them to participate in the society in appropriate way, of course. And the last one, preparing disabled people, especially disabled women who are unmarried or childless, to enter the aging societies. This is a big concern. Disabled women need to prepare themselves for the living situation, health, and insurance. The principle used in active aging by the World Health Organization, they focus on preparing them in 3 areas: healthy and physical and mentally, stable lifestyle, and involvement in the community. In conclusion, I think all of my research and in my analysis and all I want to say in this conference, I think it is time that we have to concern about the challenge of Thai disabled women is from the soon to come aging society, which can be prepared by using and promoting the concept of active aging to elevate the living quality for all Thai disabled women from here to the next 20 years. Thank you so much. So I have been waiting for your comment, and if you do want to have more details about my research, I will be happy to sharing all of that to you. This is my email. Thank you so much for letting me in this conference. Bye.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor. Next, let us welcome Frariwisud Dimoni, that will be presenting factors of student deciding to study further the Prapariyatidama Schools of General Education Department in Obon Ratchathani Province.
Factors of students deciding to study further the Prapariyatidama School of General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province by พระศรีวิสุทธิมุนี and พระศรีวเดชยานวโร มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย อุบลราชธานี University and Assistant Professor Dr. ภูมิภควัตรภูมิพงษ์โคชสอน College of Innovation Management RCIM ราชมังคลา University of Technologies รัตนโกสินทร์ Thailand Biography พระศรีวเดชยานวโร สมโคต is a Director's Office of the campus and a General Administration Officer of Ubon Ratchathani Campus, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. He graduated with Master of Education program in Curriculum and Instruction, Bangkok Thonburi University, Thailand. Assistant Professor Dr. ภูมิภควัตรภูมิพงษ์โคชสอน is a Director from Institute Innovation, Technologies, Educational and Research ITER, Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi EITS, Thailand, Lecturer in Educational Administration Innovation Program, College of Innovation Management RCIM, Rajamankala University of Technologies, Ratanakosin, Thailand. He graduated with a Doctor's of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. Their research results published in the National Database TCI1 and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and received the Base Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into the database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and technology engineering. The abstract. This research aimed to study the factors of students who decided to study in Prapariyatithama School, General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province, to study image factors of Prapariyatithama School, the General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province, that influences the decision to study at the secondary school level, to study the curriculum factors affecting the decision of choosing to study at the secondary school in order to study the factors of personal reason that affect the decision to study. Per secondary level step are: first, study document concept theories and related research. The data was summarized by analyzing the theoretical content to draw up the conceptual framework for the research. Second, determine the conceptual framework factor affecting the decision of choosing to study at the secondary school level in Prapariyatithama School, General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province, and take the questionnaire. Were tested on non-sample groups, namely students from the Prapariyatithama School, General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province. The results were analyzed by processing all of the data in the questionnaire, presenting in the results of the discussion in the form of a table with subtitles. The results showed that the general data of the respondents by students from Prapariyatithama School found that the sample was male living in Ubon Ratchathani Province. By expressing the opinion, General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province, the sample group of 100 people of the respondent of the factor of the student who decide to study in Prapariyatithama School. The respondent has the opinion on the factors of the student who decided to study in Prapariyatithama School. Overall, the mean was at the highest level. The number one is the list in the image of Prapariyatithama School was at the highest level, and the results of were found was the study that the student who answered the questionnaire had the level of opinions about the factors of the student who decided to study in Prapariyatithama School. Image factors of Prapariyatithama School. From the study, it was found that the student who responded to the questionnaire had a level of opinion on the image factors of the Prapariyatithama School, which influenced their decision to study at the bachelor degree as a school, Prapariyatithama. From the study, it was found that the student who answered the questionnaire had a level of opinion on the curriculum factor, affecting their decision to study at the secondary school level. From the study, it was found that the student who answered the questionnaire has a level of opinion on the personal reasoning factors, affecting the factors of students who decided to choose to study in Prapariyatithama School, family and the family sent to further study. And the parents of the student are advised to choose to study in the school, Prapariyatithama School, in order to allow the student to enter into formal education and problem poverty education provided. Index term, the decision to choose to study further, Prapariyatithama School, General Education Department, Ubon Ratchathani Province. Introduction, Prapariyatithama School, General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province. It is imperative to have a strategy to find ways for students or school in the target group to decide to study at the lower and upper secondary levels by organizing various activities and form of public relations through various channels, such as sending brochure, information, press releases to educational institutions, introducing website organized traffic guidance activities to participate in the Curriculum Market Project, which is an activities organized by Prapariyatithama School, Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province every year. This is to publicize the environment within Prapayatama School Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province for students to understand and feel interested in deciding to study at Prapayatama School Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province more. Due to the problem of accepting students that do not meet the goal each year, the students are interested in studying the factors that affect the decision to choose to study at the lower secondary level and high school of primary school student and grade 6 ม6 มัธยม 6, which has an educational institution in Ubon Ratchathani province. The information obtained from this study will be used as a guideline for developing and improving public relations, providing school information as a guideline for guiding students, increase interest in deciding to study in the Prapayatama School of the General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani province for the Pariyatthithama School of the General Education Department to achieve the next goal. Research objective 1. To study the factors of students who decide to study in Pariyatthama School Department, General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province. 2. To study the image factors of Pariyatthama School, General Education Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province that affects the decision-making for secondary education. 3. To study the factors of curricula affecting the decision to choose to study at the secondary level, to study the factors of personal reason affecting the decision to study at the secondary level. Scope of research. Factors of students deciding to study in Pariyatthama School, Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province. First, the population used in this study was students in Pariyatthama School General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province. 2. The sample group were the population in the item 1, 400 students in Pariyatthama School in Ubon Ratchathani Province, using Crazy and Morgan table and using simplified sample method. The study asked to increase the sample to 398 people. 3. Educational issues to study the factor of students who decide to study in Pariyatthama School Department in Ubon Ratchathani Province. 4. The study period started from May 2021 to June 2021, and the questionnaire was collected from the sample group between 17 to 19 on May 2021. Research 2. This study, the research used the questionnaire as a tool for collecting information about factors of students deciding to study in Pariyatthama School in Ubon Ratchathani Province. The details are described as follows. The first one, the questionnaire used in this study consists of 3 parts as follows. Part 1, general information of the respondent. It is an open-ended questionnaire for respondents. Fill out questionnaire and cross-ended questionnaire, multiple choice question. The nature of the question is a checklist by selecting the most appropriate item consisting of genders, province of residence, studying at grade level, currently studying in school cumulative GPA and total family income. Part 2. Data on factors of students who decide to study in Pariyatthama School, Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province. It looks like a closed-ended questionnaire by using Likert scale, which is consistent with the study, consisting of, first, image factor of Pariyatthama School Department, 2, curriculum factors, and the last one, third, personal reasoning factors. Part 3, other suggestion in order for the respondent to express their opinion about the factors of students deciding to study in Pariyatthama School, Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province. The open-ended questionnaire was used for the second part of the questionnaire, which consists of question type using the Likert scale. The scoring criteria were set to measure opinion in 5 levels, namely high, the most, the medium, and the least. the score for the answer to questionnaire was determined. Data collection. This study is a study factors of students deciding to study in Prapayatama School in the Rajasthani province. There are data sources in the studying consisting of two parts. One, primary data by using questionnaire to collect opinion from variables, factors of students who decide to study in Prapayatama School, Department of General Education in the Rajasthani province. Of the sample of 398 sets, with the step to proceed as follows. 1. Distributing questionnaire to the sample group who report to new students during the day on May 17th to 19th, 2021, and explain how to answer by yourself. 2. Conduct a preliminary examination of the completeness of the questionnaire and excludes incomplete questionnaire. Secondary data by reviewing all literature from the books, academics documents, study work, study articles, academics articles, and information disseminated through the media on the internet. Data analysis. Analysis of data collected from questionnaire. The study was conducted to examine the completeness of questionnaire responses by separating incomplete questionnaire. Enter predefined code process data from the information that has been coded and saved by using a ready-made statistical program from educational social science to analyze the data as follows. 1. General data analysis of students from various educational institutions, every regions of the country that apply for the entrance examination to study in Prapayatama School in Ubon Ratchathani province. Consists of gender, province where they live, studying grade levels, currently studying at school, cumulative GPA and adult family income, using descriptive statistics, which consists of frequency distribution, percentage to analyze the demographic characteristics of the sample study. 2. Analysis of data on factors on students who decide to study in Prapayatama School Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani province. Descriptive statistics consist of mean and standard deviation were used to analyze information about the level of opinions about the factors of students who decided to study in Prapayatama School, Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani province, by presenting the information in tabula form along with the lecture. 3. Bring other suggestions from the third part of the questionnaire to be summarized or analyzed in a descriptive and descriptive manner. Discuss the results of the research. Issue 1 overall factor, it was found that the respondent had opinions about the factors of students deciding to study in Prapayatama School, Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani. Overall, the average was the highest level. The factors that affected the intention to choose the Faculty of Business Administration were studied in Suratnali technologies of students with good grades in the lower northeastern regions. Curriculum and personal reasons affect the intention of choosing the Faculty of Business Administration Suratnali technologies of students with good grades in the lower northeastern regions. Issue 2. Image of Prapayatama School Department of General Education. It was found that the respondent had opinions about the image factors of Prapayatama School Department of General Education. The average is at the highest level. This is because it is a Prapayatama School Department General Education that offers a wide variety of subjects that correspond to life, which will help cause memorization, telling about the outstanding features of Prapayatama School Department of General Education. Issue 3. Curriculum found that the respondents had opinions about the curriculum factors with the highest leverage level, and the courses that are offered also focus on the courses that are offered to meet the needs of Buddhist principles. Issue 4. Personal reason. It was found that the respondent had opinion about a factor personal reason. With a high average level, there are courses and fields of study that meet the needs of various teaching students who have studied the factor involved. Effects on student decision to choose to study in the higher vocational certificate program, high vocational certificate, case study Thornbury Commercial College. The results show that the sample group gave the most importance to the preference factors and the most personal aptitude. Feedback. The result of the study of the factor of students who decided to study in Prapariyathama School Department of General Education in Ubon Ratchathani Province can be described that Prapariyathama School Department of General in Ubon Ratchathani Province. The image factor of Prapariyathama School should be corrected. Department of General Education in terms of entry, studying is easy, but graduating is difficult with public relations and building awareness about the timeline in study throughout the course. Suggestions for the next study. The next study should study the factors of students who decide to study in Prapariyathama School Department of General Education in the Ubon Ratchathani Province. This is to compare the result from the study with the other school in order to compare the result from the study to see if the results are similar or different. Thank you for your attention and listening.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome back Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pomfong Kuchasorn that will be discussing a model for the development of vocational skills and informatics skills of SME entrepreneurs in the digital age 4.0 in Bangkok.
A model for the development of vocational skill and informatics skill of SME entrepreneur in the digital age 4.0 in Bangkok by Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pumpong Kochasorn, Dr. Sunantha Sathiramath, Dr. Bunyakiat Visithikat, Dr. Supatra Yod Surang, Dr. Chachwan Sang Thong Ruan, College of Innovation Management, RCIM, Rajamankara University, Technologies, Ratanakosin, Thailand. Biography. Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pumpong Kochasorn is a director from Institute Innovation Technologies, Educational and Research, ITER, Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi EITS, Thailand. Lecturer in Educational Administration, Innovation Program College of Innovation Management, RCIM, Rajamankara University of Technologies, Ratanakosin, Thailand. He graduated with a Doctorate of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. There are research results published in the National Database, TCI1 and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and received the Best Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into the database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and technologies engineering. Abstract. This research paper aimed to study the patterns of vocational skill development and information skill development of SME entrepreneur in the digital age 4.0 in Bangkok, and to develop a model for developing professional skill and information skill of SME entrepreneur in the digital age 4.0 in Bangkok, conducted research study in a combination of qualitative research and quantitative research, with the sample group being SME entrepreneur in the digital age 4.0 in Bangkok. 400 people who analyzed the composition using multivariate statistics. The results of the research show that the analysis of components was as follows. 1. Professional skill in SME in the digital age 4.0, including 1. Occupation SME business. 2. Business operation in the digital age 4.0. 3. Professional values. 4. Language. 5. Management. Information skill in the digital age, including 1. Ability to define types and scope of entrepreneurship, career in the SME business in the digital age. 2. Ability to access information pool effectively. 3. Ability to conduct business using information systems in the SME business profession in the digital age. 4. Ability to use information in business occupation, SME in the digital age effectively to compare the harmonization between the model with the skill development model and the empirical data. The criteria for the harmonization of the model and the developed empirical data were harmonized with the empirical data corresponding to the analysis results. The harmonization index GFI is 1.000. The modified harmony index AGFI is 0.987, which is closer to 1, and the mean square root index RMR is equal to 0.02208, which approaches the center. Keyword: professional skill in business occupation, skill in the SME business, occupation in the digital age, information skill. Introduction. The International Vocational and Information Skill Education Standard Board has continually developed and improved various international vocational and informational skill educational standards with one goal of development and improvement. That is to say, defining the framework of occupational skill and professional information skill to be integrated. 1. Professional technical competency. 2. Professional skill and ethical values and professional attitudes to achieve the learning outcome that all career skill and information technologies professionals. It can be seen that the aforementioned background, occupational skill and information skill tester of SME business professional in the digital 4.0 era in Bangkok must be developed and adapted, whether in the fields of professional knowledge, professional skill, or professional values. Qualities information skill to increase the opportunities to compete with foreign countries, including treatment and protection, benefits that should be received, as well as the promotion and professional development of vocational skill and information skill of SME business professional in the digital 4.0 era in Bangkok, Thailand. International to focus on raising professional standard by encouraging the use of international professional standard. It means that Thailand is pushed to apply standards that are absolutely consistent or close to international guidelines. For this reason, the researcher is interested in studying the model of career skill development and informational skill of SME entrepreneur in the digital 4.0 era in Bangkok. Research objective 1. To study the model of development of occupational skill and information skill of SME entrepreneur in the digital 4.0 in Bangkok. 2. To create a model for developing career skill and informational skill for SME entrepreneur in the digital 4.0 era in Bangkok. Research method. Step 1. Study on the content of research theory document. Document and research related by studying preliminary data and review relevant literature. Step 2. Population and sample selection by conducting a research study, a combination of qualitative research and quantitative research was conducted by a sample group of SME business professionals in the Digital 4.0 era. The composition was analyzed using multivariate type statistics. Samples used in this study were determined using Yamane formula at 95 confidence level and accepted 5% sample selection error with procedure for sizing and sampling. The total sample size of 335 people, but since this research used questionnaire to collect data, the sample size was increased to 400 by calculating the sample size in proportion to the number of business professional SME in the Digital 4.0 era in Bangkok by stratified sampling method. After that, a simple random sampling was performed within the Bangkok metropolitan area of SME business professional in the digital era 4.0 in Bangkok. Research method, step 3, quantitative research. For the quantitative research part, the researcher determined that the questionnaire was used by the survey in this section to survey the general information of the respondent. The nature of the questionnaire consists of part 1, general information of the respondent, consists of 10 questions. Part 2, opinion on professional skill of SME business career in the Digital 4.0 era. And step 4, qualitative research. The researcher data was collected using the in-depth interview technique. With an in-depth interview form, the researcher will conduct self-interview with key informants in order to be able to add additional questions that should be asked if there are additional points of interest in addition to the structured questions, and note the interviewee interviews for further analysis later. Here are something together from this in-depth interview. Require initial variables to affect the central variable. This may be the same source variable as obtained from the literature review or other variable beyond that. Once the data has been corrected, the data will be processed by indexing the data, including making temporary conclusion, eliminating information, and then drawing conclusion and proving conclusions. Research method, step 5, data analysis. For this research, the data was analyzed with the following step. First, preliminary data. On sample and variables, data were analyzed by distribution of frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation, skewness, and equilibrium and confidence of the observed variables, as well as checking the preliminary agreement in the analysis, analyzed by using SPSS program. Second, examine the conformity of the measurement model to confirm that the instrument created or developed is structured according to the defined component and that the observed variable in each group are. It is a suitable indicator for a given latent variable. The confirmation factor analysis was used in the LISREL program. Third, correlation between variables was analyzed using Pearson correlation, coefficient analysis, and significant tests, with t-tests to be used as data to verify the conformity of the correlation model. Fourth, analysis of occupational skill, development patterns, and information skill of SME entrepreneurs in the Digital 4.0 era in Bangkok by means of maximum likelihood with the LISREL package program to compare the harmony between the developed model and the data empirical by criteria to check the coherence of the model with the empirical data and to achieve the harmony between the developed model and empirical data. Research results. Objective 1, to study the model of development of occupational skill and information skill of SME entrepreneur in Digital 4.0 era in Bangkok. The results show that the composition analysis of the relationship of professional skill development of SME entrepreneur in the Digital 4.0 era in Bangkok has dependent variables, which are classified into two aspects as follows. One, professional skill, vocational skill, and informational skill in the digital age, skill information technology in the digital age. Second, to create a model for developing professional skill and information skill of SME entrepreneur in the digital 4.0 era in Bangkok, creating a blend of quantitative research study with the LISREL package to compare the harmoniousness between the developed model and the empirical data. The criteria for checking the harmonization of the model with the developed empirical data are harmonious with the empirical data. This corresponds to the results of the analysis. The harmony index was 1.00. The adjusted harmony index was 0.9789, which is approaching 1, and the mean square root index of residual RMR is 0.02365, which is close to 0, which the research finding can be used to model the development of occupational skill and entrepreneurial information skill. Discuss the result of the research. The analysis of relationship component, occupational skill development and information technology skill, occupational skill and informational skill of professional occupational skill and information skill in the digital era has dependent variables which are classified information skill in the digital era include 1. The ability to determine the type and scope of information, occupational skill and information skill of SME business professional in the digital 4.0 era. The abilities to access the information effectively, efficiency. The ability to access information on occupational skill and information skill of SME entrepreneur in the digital age 4.0. The ability to use information on occupational skill and information skill of SME business professional. And the last one is the results of this study benefit practitioners and will help their strategy reflect sustainable competitive advantage and sustainable business performance in line with STONUL information literacy standard named 7-pillar model developed in 1999 and last updated in 2019 consists of 7 skills. In addition, the basis of the goal of the operation is to create professional skill and information skill of SME business profession in the digital 4.0 as a professional with the ability to work in accordance with established standards of marketing and to cooperate well in the development throughout the professional career to implement and use it as a tool to increase the potential occupational skill and information skill of SME business profession. Profession and IT skill are competency in the area of professional knowledge, professional skill, and values, which are described as follows. Competency include professional knowledge, professional skill, and values. The professional ethic and concept necessary to demonstrate a competence to work. That competence is a characteristic of a person that enable a person to perform his or her duty, whereas competence is a performance of practical performance or indicator of person's ability to perform well in the workplace. Competence includes satisfactory levels of knowledge, specialized and professional skill of SME entrepreneur in the digital 4.0 in Bangkok, as well as practical skill in doing business, knowledge competence, and professional ethical values and ideas. Suggestion for utilization. 1. The results of this research will be guideline to lead the preparation of SME entrepreneur in the Digital 4.0 area in Bangkok. 2. Be able to apply the model for developing professional skill and informational skill of SME entrepreneur in the Digital 4.0 area in Bangkok to formulate strategies for doing business in both the public and private sector as a guideline in determining the directions for creating sustainable opportunity. Suggestion for further research. There should be an expansion of research results on topics related to the development model of occupational skill and information skill of SME entrepreneur in the Digital 4.0 era in Bangkok. Thank you for your listening and attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. Our next presentation will still be presented by our same presenter, Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pompongkutchasorn. That will be discussing the creation of innovations and technologies that affect the effectiveness of e-commerce entrepreneurs among internet merchants.
Creation that affects the effectiveness of innovation and technologies of e-commerce entrepreneurs among the internet merchants by Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pompongkutchasorn, Dr. Supatra Yodsurang, Dr. Bunyakiyat Visuthikart, Dr. Amnoy Bunyarat Maitri, Rachamankara University of Technology Ratanakosin, Thailand, College of Innovation Management, RCIM. Biography. Assistant Professor Dr. Pumpakawat Pompongkutchasorn is a director from Institute Innovation Technologies, Educational and Research ITER, Eastern Institute of Technologies, Suvarnabhumi EITS, Thailand. Lecturer in Educational Administration, Innovation Program College of Innovation, Management RCIM, Rachamankara University of Technologies, Ratanakosin, Thailand. He graduated with a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. There are research results published in the National Database TCI and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and received the Base Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into the database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and technologies engineering. Abstract. Creation of innovation and technologies that affect the effectiveness of e-commerce and entrepreneur among internet merchants have the objective of 1. To study the factors of creating innovation and technologies that affect the effectiveness of entrepreneur e-commerce business among internet merchants. To study the marketing effectiveness of e-commerce entrepreneur among internet merchants, and to study the structure equation model, innovation and technologies affecting the effectiveness of e-commerce entrepreneur among internet merchants survey, research methodologies, quantitative research method, e-commerce business group among internet merchants. 400, the sample were analyzed for confirmation element CFA, structural equation analysis SEM, consistency empirical data, chi-square values, 176.197, DF 147.06, 0.051, Siemens DF 1.199, CFI 0.975, GFI 0.931, IFI 0.992, NFI 0.992, AGFI 0.931, RMSEA 0.0020, RMR 0.008. All indexes are qualified. Model consistency was statistically significant. The research found that the factors that positively influence the effectiveness of innovation and technologies affecting the effectiveness of e-commerce entrepreneur among internet merchants group, the highest is technologies innovation of e-commerce business, followed by communication process, technologies innovation e-commerce business, and technology decision-making process for factors that indirectly influence the marketing effectiveness of e-commerce business among internet merchants. It was found that the influencing factor through the space of e-commerce technologies innovation and factors that indirectly influence the effectiveness of e-commerce entrepreneur among internet merchants through the diffusion of technological innovation of e-commerce businesses and from the decision-making process to use the highest technology innovation is the quality of this technology innovation system. The most direct influence on the spread of technological innovation of e-commerce business is the technological innovation features of the e-commerce entrepreneur among internet merchants and the factors that directly influence the technology's innovation decision-making process in the technology innovation spread of the e-commerce business is the highest. Technological innovation features of e-commerce entrepreneur among internet merchants. Keyword innovation and technologies e-commerce business internet shopping. Introduction. The key point of e-commerce business entrepreneur in online marketing is reaching the desired target audience in order to link them to more products or service sales. Therefore, the strategies must understand daily lifestyle of the target audience and understand their habits, thought, activity of interest in order to find a connection point with the target audience. Attract the target audience to be interested in increasing sales by entrepreneur should choose to apply social network in online marketing. For products or services that have a target consumer group who regularly use social networks and can be influenced by word of mouth. In addition, entrepreneurs also need to prepare personnel who can supervise and operate online community marketing, as well as choose the right social media, marketing format, and content. In addition, the effectiveness of social media uses should be monitored and assessed for the benefits of adjusting marketing strategies appropriately. From the importance of technological innovation, as mentioned above, therefore, the researcher is interested in studying technological innovation that affect the success of electronic commerce by focusing on the creation of innovation and technology that affect the effectiveness of e-commerce operator in the group of internet merchants. For the results of the study, it will help encourage e-commerce entrepreneurs to see opportunities and take advantage of the e-commerce market to adapt to modern marketing channels to reach more consumers, including helping to generate revenues and increase sales of products and services, as well as being useful in the effective management and development of e-commerce marketing, promotion and distribution strategies among e-commerce business operators to consumer and for the benefit of strategic planning and the most efficient distribution of e-commerce, which will affect the Thai economy as a whole, as well as to increase the capability of Thai entrepreneurs to be ready to compete in the world market digital age. Research objective. To study the factors of innovation and technologies that affect the effectiveness of e-commerce operator in the group of internet merchants. To study the success of electronic e-commerce business operator in the group of internet commerce operator. To study the structural equation modeling of technological innovation affecting the success of electronic commerce, e-commerce entrepreneur in the group of internet commerce entrepreneur. Scope of research. A study of the structural equation model of technological innovation affecting the success of electronic commerce, e-commerce business operators in the group of internet trading operator is an exploratory research using quantitative research method. Quantitative method. The research tool was questionnaire. The sample group was e-commerce business operator in the group of operator who sells products via the internet. 600 sample. The variable in this research consists of independent variable have two variables as follows. The characteristic of resources consists of 5 variables, namely resources, development, support, technologies, and participation. Technologies innovation management consists of 4 variables, namely policy goal, action plan, and resource preparation. Common variable, there are 2 variables as follows. Trust in technological innovation consisted of 5 variables: personnel, experience, trust, acceptable risk, reliability, and response. Technology innovation management consists of 5 variables, namely resource supervision, resource promotion, knowledge innovation, the sufficiency of resources, and readiness of personnel. Dependent variable is the success of e-commerce entrepreneur in e-commerce in the group of online merchant. There are 5 variables, namely return, customer base, marketing value, utilization, and evaluation. Concept theory and related research. In this research, the researcher aimed to study the structural equation, modeling of technological innovation affecting the success of e-commerce operator in the group of online merchant. By integrating the idea of marketing strategy in the digital era is the transformation of marketing competitive strategy into relationship with corporate resources, which is a strategy that business use to accumulate resources. Corporated value related research in which study behavior and important factor from marketing communication toward product purchase of consumer from marketing communication in social media format. The importance of social media marketing communication is that a high level and consumer purchase of product from social media marketing communication in the understanding of the average level of feeling and behavior was the highest level of product purchase. Important factors from social media marketing communication are related to product purchase of consumer from social media marketing communication, perception state, and behavior state, both in the same direction and different direction. Research method. 1. The research population is an e-commerce operator in the group of internet merchant. 2. The sample size is determined from the number of e-commerce operator of 527,324, of which 158,197 e-commerce operator are registered in the Bangkok area from the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society year. Therefore, the sample size was determined using the concept of calculating the sample size of Taro Yamane in the event that the population study at 95 confidence level at the tolerance of the error is not greater than 5% used formula. From calculation of the sample size according to the Taro-Yamane formula, the total number of samples was 398.99 or 399 samples, which consider the suitability of the sample used in this research. The researcher determined that the sample size was suitable for the AMOS data analysis by using the structural equation model SEM technique, which the researcher used to determine the sample size according to Aher and Air et al. State that the sample size should be 10 to 20 times the number of observed variables in the study. In this research, there were 24 observable variables, thus increasing the sample size from 399 samples to 600 samples, which from the calculation result in the minimum sample size that can be used for analyzing by using structural equation model analysis technique. Therefore, for the completeness of data e-commerce entrepreneur in the group of internet merchants who have a large number of questionnaire distributed, a total of 600 samples were made. Sampling, the researcher used a probability sampling method using the simple random sampling method. The convenience of the researcher was mainly from the sample group who provided cooperation with information from e-commerce business operator in the group of internet commerce operator in the Bangkok area. The total number of samples were 600 samples. Educational tool. The tool used in this time, the cross-ended questionnaire consists of 3 parts. Part 1, questionnaire on personal characteristic factor. 6 items consisting of gender, age, education level, type of business, average monthly income, and period of operation. It is a closed-ended question with only one answer. Part 2, questionnaire on variable of technological innovation in e-commerce operation. For e-commerce business operator in the group of the internet trading operator consisted of resource attribute technologies, innovation, management, trust in technological innovation, technologies, innovation management. It is a closed-ended question with only one answer using a Likert scale with 5 different answer levels, 95 questions total. The third part of the questionnaire about the success of electronic commerce entrepreneur in the e-commerce business in a group of merchants selling product via the internet consisted of return, customer-based market value, utilization, and evaluation. There are 25 questions which are closed-ended questions, with the respondent to choose only one answer, using a Likert scale with 5 levels of answer to choose from. Research result. The results of general data analysis, most of e-commerce business operators are female. The results of the analysis of e-commerce business operator had an average of 3.98 opinions on the characteristic of resource component, with the highest opinion on the development aspect, with the average of 4.21 followed by the resource participation aspect, technologies and support respectively. The results of the analysis of statistical examination of technological innovation model. Variable affecting the success of e-commerce business operator in a group of internet trading operator. The underlying variable consisted of 2 variables, namely resource characteristic and technological innovation management. The common variable consisted of 2 variables, namely trust in technology innovation and technology innovation management, variable according to success of electronic commerce, e-commerce operator in a group of internet trading operator. The range is between 2.67 and to 3.15. The minimum is 2 and the maximum is 5. The mean is between 3.86 to 4.21, which is a high level. The standard deviation ranges from 0.52 to 0.66, indicating that the data was distributed to this mean. Research results. The results of the structural equation analysis of technological innovation model affecting the success of electronic commerce, e-commerce operator in the group of internet commerce operator examine the suitability and correctness of e-commerce model, structure and adjust the model to be perfect in order for the statistical value to be accepted by mean of linking variable, modification in index and checking the suitability of validity of the structural equation model by considering the regression coefficient weight between 0.89 to 0.96. The multiple correlation coefficient are to check the variance in conjunction with indicator. The results of the casual structural equation test analysis, the technological innovation model affecting the success of electronic commerce, e-commerce entrepreneur in the group of internet trading operator, independent variable, change leadership variables, motivation to work, recognize of organizational support, work satisfaction and organizational commitment, and dependent variable of e-commerce success of e-commerce business operator in a group of online merchants. By considering the regression of coefficient of the independent variable in the form of standard score, which is the decision coefficient that indicates the influence of the variable that statistical significant at 0.001 and the statistical significance at 0.05. Suggestion: according to the research results, technology innovation management has a positive influence on the success of e-commerce entrepreneur in e-commerce operator among internet commerce entrepreneur. Therefore, there should be a clear direction, objective, goal, and strategy that can develop the organization to be an organization of technological innovation, as well as to manage the organizational structure that can stimulate and cause technological innovation with the organization, especially the organizational structure that has the appropriate level of flexibility to stimulate, to create the technological innovations within the organization. Suggestion for the next research: there should be a study of the sample group classified by the e-commerce business operator in each industry to acknowledge the technological innovation that affect the success of e-commerce different environment. Thank you for your listening and paying the time of your attention.
Thank you so much. Next, let us welcome Ayutthaya that will be discussing pilot research on enhancing the quality of life and increasing the capability to engage in sustainable agriculture for disabled people in the case study. Wangmei Jo Municipality, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayutthaya from International College, Major University. Today, I would like to talking about pilot research on enhancing the qualities of life and increasing the capacity to engage in sustainable agriculture for disabled people in the case study. เมืองแม่โจ้ municipalities, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. Objective: the first one, to study the context and survey the qualities of life of people with disabilities in Maejo municipalities, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. The second one, to improve the qualities of life and increase the capacity of agriculture occupations of people with disabilities. Sustainability in major municipalities, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. The third one, to analyze this problem and ways to improve the qualities of life and increase the capacities of suitable for agriculture occupations of the disabled in major municipalities, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. The fourth one, to create a models of improving the qualities of life and increasing of capacities for sustainable agriculture occupations of people with disabilities in major municipalities, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province. Methodology: the data collection methods were as follows. The first one, survey study on quality of life of disabled people in major municipality. The second one, population of training courses for the development of occupational potentials of disabled group, along with training, evaluational, and follow-up examination of disabled after training of occupational potential developments of the disabled group. The third one, analysis of programs and ways to improve quality of life and increase and capacities of sustainable agriculture occupations of people with disabilities in major municipality. thing. The fourth one, creating a model for improving the quality of life and increasing the capacity of sustainable agriculture occupations of people with disabilities in major municipalities by using pilot project, participation, action, research. Results. According to the survey and data collection, there were 160 people with disabilities answer the questionnaire, mostly 101 male and 59 female. In terms of self-esteem of people with disabilities in major municipalities, the quality of life of people with disabilities in major municipality, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province, as a whole was found to be a moderate when considering its aspected. It is what found was in physiological qualities of life of people with disabilities had the greatest effect and the lowest for physical qualities of life. Therefore, the literature lists of qualities of life and increases of capacities for sustainable agricultural occupational of people with disabilities in major municipality, Sansai District, Chiang Mai Province, by means of organizing training courses and training along with evaluating trainees for development activities and performing activities in accordance with the vocational training plan. Conclusion. The first one, improving the qualities of life and enhancing of capacity for sustainable agricultural occupations of people with disabilities should be undertaken or assessed to disabled through pertaining training session and post-training. The second one, agencies related to career building should be established for people with disabilities of recruiting staff of people with disabilities for occupation. However, creating a sustainable career for people with disabilities requires a long period of time. So specific agencies or personnel should be established to provide care of instances in a long term. The third one, career assessments in training courses should be adapted to the context and disabilities of people with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next will be presented by our same presenter, Jirachai Yamkurt, now discussing the potential development of lacquerware handicrafts of Lana culture in order to reinforce value to the consumer market and connect culture to community-based tourism by the Ban Sri Pan Kruat Chiang Mai, Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jirachai Yamkurt from International College, Major University. The potential development of lacquerware handicrafts of Lana culture in order to reinforce value to the consumer market and connect culture to community-based tourism by the Ban Si Pan Krua, Chiang Mai, Thailand. Objectives: the first one, to develop for the handmade products development in Lana culture for increasing the value of features in innovations to the customer markets of Si Pan Krua House located at Tha Sala in Mueang sub-districts of Chiang Mai province. The second one, to study for guideline of cultural connection with tourism by communities of Si Pan Krua House located at Tha Sala sub-district in Mueang district of Chiang Mai province. Methodology, according to the research processes, it can be developed into 4 steps. They are the concept idea analysis, research to creation, test and result assessment. The first one, small group chat by gathering data in the community for the new products, design guidelines from news informants, which consists of 20 people, can various sections such as manufacture groups of liquors products, including of community presidents of the Pan Krua House and committees and liquor entrepreneurs. The second one, developing for the new liquor products and innovations. The third one, setting up for the questionnaires and opinions of the customer to the new products development by increasing with the values of population group with that consists of products, consumer and community tourists with simple random sample size and the hundreds of 4 people. The fourth one, setting up for the conference to study with the guideline to the tourist culture connection by the committee based on the tourism development processes, population group in the model tourists to travel processive selection totally with 50 people. According to the overall certification to the customer with the new products development by increasing the liquor works in Lana culture of Si Pan Krua House is what in the most level, and when considered in each field, it was found that the most certified product in shoulder bags, followed by issue boxes, glasses cases, and accessories. The tourism management processes to develop the community in the steps that are the community data analysis, the management, the activity test, and the assessment by setting up of community tourism program of Si Pan Krua House. Then it has set up the activities for the tourists to learn with the local elected for creating the lectures products from bamboo coils, and the tourists have seen the products values through the local product study method with the local intellects conservation and the future support including of incomes, creation of products, market channels increase with the potential assessment. The first one, resources consist of personal resources such as makers, laborers, employees, space resources, and cultural resources that are evolving with knowledge. The second one, activities can be classified into 4 processes that are learning, practicing, increasing of practice, and direction of lessons. The third one, product is another component to make community tourism connection to gain more value with communities' incomes supports. Conclusion, the first one, the relevant agency to support for the local markets in Sipankwa House with increasing the added values for products and incomes directions to the communities. The second one is to study with the customer requirement to develop 2 product patterns with the target groups increasingly. The third one, according to the future study, is to support to comprehension of local works in Lana cultures and other areas by learning about the remarkableness and the culture's uniqueness, obviously. The fourth one, according to the result, it can use the guidelines of the research study with other communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next will still be presented by the same presenter, Jira Chayamkurt. Now discussing uplifting the potential of people with disabilities to become a local tour guide in creative organic agriculture in Chiang Mai province.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jira Chayamkurt from International College, Major University. Today, I would like to talking about uplifting the potential of the people with disabilities to become a local tour guide in creative organic agriculture in Chiang Mai province. Objective to uplift the potential of the people with disabilities to develop as local guides for creative organic farming tours in Chiang Mai. Methodology, the resort use participatory action resource, in-depth interviews, and small group chats as means of data collections from key informants, which consists of 50 persons with disabilities were selected in the darkest areas as follows. A group of persons with disabilities in Mueang Khong communities, Mueang Khong sub-district, Chiang Dao district, 8 persons, 12 persons with disabilities in Ban Phu Din communities, Mae Ho Phra sub-district, Mae Tang district, 13 persons with disabilities in JD Mae Krua communities. Assessing the population, assessing the potential 150 people with disabilities as local organic tour guides in Chiang Mai. From the assessment on the potential of the people with disabilities to become local tour guides in organic agriculture in Chiang Mai. Results. The pilot projects was implemented by organizing training to transfer knowledge in the local tour guide course, including the principles of local guides, the art of sparking for guides, and organizing the organic tourism programs to develop the potentials of the disabled in each community. The disabled in each community offers a 2-day and 1-night package tour program. The focus was on community-based organic farming learning stations, including the first one, tourists in community organic farming plots. The second one, activities in the production in inputs. The third one, collection products produced in agriculture plots. The fourth one, taking tourists to the accommodations. The fifth one, planting trees for the community. The sixth one, taking tourists to visit the souvenir shop of the communities. The assessments of the potentials of people with disabilities as local tour guides for organic farming in Chiang Mai was conducted by inviting people or internal agencies who had experiences or are related to organic tourism to participate in the activities with comments and suggestions. Conclusion. The first one, the development of the potentials of people with disabilities and local tour guides should be continually developed and expanded to other areas in Chiang Mai. The second one, development of the potential of people with disabilities as local tour guides should develop knowledge and service skills in order for the disabled to develop and gain more experience. The third one, development of the capacity of people with disabilities, local tour guides in other areas such as knowledge skills, tourism program, plannings and language skills should be studies in others to prepare for accommodating foreign tourists. The fourth one, factor affecting people with disabilities to become local tour guides should be studied as a guideline for future development of the potentials of the disabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome again Assistant Professor Dr. Pumfakawat Pomfongkochasorn. That will be discussing the development of instructional model based on design thinking and reflective practice approaches in creating innovative students, educational administration, in the field of educational administration innovation, college management innovation, Rajamangala University of Technology.
Development of instructional model based on design thinking and reflective practice approaches in creating innovative student educational administration in the field of educational administration innovation, College Management, Innovation Rajamankara University of Technologies Ratanakosin by Assistant Professor Dr. Phumpakawat Phumpongkochasorn, College of Innovation Management RCIM, Rajamankara University of Technologies Ratanakosin, Thailand. Biography. Assistant Professor Dr. Phumpakawat Phumpongkochasorn is a director from Institute Innovation, Technologies, Educational and Research, ITER, Eastern Institute of Technologies, Suvarnabhumi EITS, Thailand. Lecturer in Educational Administration Innovation Program, College of Innovation, Management, RCIM, Rajamankara University of Technologies, Ratanakosin, Thailand. He graduated with a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. Their research results published in the National Database TCI1 and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and received the Best Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and technologies engineering. Abstract. The teachings model is based on the concept of design thinking together with the concept of reflection and practice to promote the ability to create innovation in educational administration of students in the field of educational administration innovation. College of Management Innovation, Rajamankara University of Technology, Ratanakosin. It will motivate individuals to bring creativity together with inspiration to create and develop innovation that reflects the uniqueness of the educational administration professions of students in the field of educational administration innovation. This research aimed to create a teaching model based on the concept of design, thinking together with the concept of reflection and practice in order to promote the ability to create innovation in the educational administration of students in the field of educational administration innovation by using the concept of innovative design, thinking together with the concept of reflection thinking and practice are divided into two phases. Phase 1, study and analysis of fundamental data into develop a teachings and learning model based on the concept and design thinking together with the concept of reflection and practice to promote the abilities to create innovation in educational administration of students in the field of educational administration innovation by studying document and research that involve and examine the definition and determination of the ability to create innovation in educational administration of students in innovative educational administration by experts. The result of the research can be concluded that the teaching model based on the design thinking concept together with the concept of reflection and practice to promote the ability to create innovation in educational administration of students in the field of educational administration innovation consists of 5 steps. Step 1, preparing and creating innovation in educational administration. Step 2, education. Step 3, researching and verifying solutions to school administration problems. Step 4, creating and verifying an innovative model for school administration. And step 5, disseminating and reflecting on the evaluation of the education model. Teaching. It was found that the teaching model based on the concept of design, thinking together with the concept of reflection, and practice to promote competence was appropriate at the highest level. Those interested in implementing this style of instruction should carefully study the instructional model manual in order to achieve the objective of the teaching style according to the concept of design thinking together with the concept of reflection and practice. The keywords, teaching style, design thinking concept, reflection, practice to promote competence, abilities to create innovation in educational institution management. Introduction. No research has been found up to now about teaching and learning styles that promote competence in the creation of innovative thinking, reflection, and practice to promote competence in creating innovation in educational management for students in the field of educational management. There is interest in development and teaching learning model based on the concept of design thinking together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote competence to create innovation in educational management for students in the field of educational administration innovation, College of Management, Innovation, Rajamankara University of Technology, Ratanakosin, to develop and regenerating teaching model based on the design thinking concept together with the reflection practice to promote the ability to innovate nursing director of student in the field of educational administration innovation, College of Management, Innovation, Rajamankara University of Technology, Ratanakosin, in order to obtain a model of teaching regenerating with specific characteristic and procedure of rapport that encourages students to have the ability to innovate nursing director, including knowledge gained from teaching and learning according to the learning model created by researchers to achieve quality, create values for the education administration profession as an upgrade to the standard and quality of nursing services to excellence and sustainability forever. Research objective to develop a teaching and learning model based on the concept of design thinking together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote the competence to create innovation in educational management for students in the field of educational administration innovation, College of Management Innovation, Rajamankara University of Technologies, Ratanakosin. Research method. Step 1. Study all the content of the theoretical concept document. Step 2. The field study. Interview with expert. The researcher interviewed 7 experts on the issues of teaching learning style based on the concept of design thinking, together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote competence, to create innovation in educational management for students in the field of educational administration innovation. A multi-case study of 3 model university. The researcher study multi-case study, a model university that received a base practice award, educational management with a teachings and learning model based on the design thinking concept together with the concept of reflection on practice from 2 universities and universities that use information technologies and design thinking concept together with the concept of reflection on the practice of 1 university. The researcher used the results from the study of the documents and related research on teachings and learning model based on the concept and design thinking, together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote competence in creating innovation in educational management student. In the field of educational management innovation are synthesized to formulate strategies. The researcher developed a teaching and learning model based on the concept of design thinking, together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote competence to create innovation in educational management for students. Step 3. Key informants. Interview with expert. Key informant consists of 7 qualified persons obtained by selecting a specific purposive sampling as follows. Academics are those with a degree of not lower than a doctorate degree, hold an academic position not lower than associate professor. Study the instructional model based on the design thinking concept from key informant in each school, consisting of 3 university administrators and 1 head of the academic administration group selected by specific method. Development of teachings and learning model based on the concept of design thinking by using the expert group meeting technique. The key informant consisted of 9 experts, obtained by selecting a specific method, purposive sampling, consisting of one academician, one educational administrator, one administrator of the institution. The study consisted of 3 people, a supervisor of 1 and teachers of 3 people. Step 4, tool and method used in the study. Interview research tool. It is a semi-structured interview format. Multiple study research tool. Expert group meeting tool used in the research. It is a model for assessing the consistency and conformity with what need to be measured. IOC, a teaching style strategy based on the concept of design thinking. Step 5, gathering information. By interview data collection, the researcher coordinate with experts to inquire about their willingness to provide information. Data collection coordinate with the school director to request cooperation. Expert group meeting data collection by expert group meeting from 9 experts. Step 6, data analysis. Interview data analysis, the researcher used the information obtained from the interview and document. Let's analyze the contents and categorize according to various issues, then use the result obtained to create a conceptual framework of the research. Data analysis, the researcher used the data obtained from multi-case study of the model school that received the Best Practice Award to analyze the content and categorize according to various issues using statistics, the frequency values. Expert group meeting data analysis. The researcher used the data obtained from the expert group meeting and the result of the assessment of conformity with the directness of strategies are summarized, analyzed content, and categorized according to the various issues. Using statistics is the frequency values and determination of conformities index. Step 6, summary of the research results and presentation of research results. Form the results of the study to the teachings and learning model based on the concept of design thinking together with the concept of reflection on practice. Research results. It can be seen that curiosity learning in learning 21st centuries of instructional model based on the concept of design thinking together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote competence to create innovation in educational management for students in the field of educational administration innovation. The concept and characteristic of learning management are similar. There must be a relationship. There are sequential steps and processes that learner can participate in teaching, such as defining problems that students are interested in group activity. In order for learner to analyze and integrate with the other subject on their own and effective teachings, teachers must have more qualification than instructor. Learning and learning coaching can act as a guide for students to travel to the world of learning, where the role of teachers from the past needs to change as we step into the 21st century of teaching model, based on the concept of design thinking together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote competence. To create innovation in educational management for students in the field of education administration, because teachers in the modern world need to be more knowledgeable than being a moderator of subject they teach. Teacher has the role of raising the knowledge of students, build skills necessary for career including ICT that play a role in education and is a part of daily life of people around the world. ICT today is not only a source of information. Teachers need to think about how to integrate learning management into ICT. The characteristic of teacher in the 21st century known as e-teachers consists of 9 characteristics that teachers should practice as follows. 1. Experience is a new learning experience used tools such as internet, email, CD. Extended means having the ability to search for knowledge all the time. Because internet technology is available 24 hours anywhere, use free time to gain knowledge with technologies. Expanded is to expand the effects of the knowledge to students. The general public and the community can transfer their knowledge on CD, video, TV, or the web in order to create the knowledge that is useful to the personnel as a whole. Exploration is to be able to choose up-to-date content, references, researching both information and entertainment to create creativity to be used for teaching and learning design. Evaluation is to be good evaluator, can use technologies to evaluate the student. End user is a good end user, and end user such as being able to browse valuable websites on the internet and being user of various technologies. Enabler is able to use technologies to create lessons and additional content to use in teaching, can be software and hardware to create lessons. Engagement is a teachers who work together to exchange ideas and find common ground to create a community, such as discussing on the web, creating new idea, having suggestion, creating a communities to teachers on the web. Efficient and effective is an efficient and effective teachers that must be a fluent technology user, producer, distributor, and knowledge user. Conclusion. Instructional model based on the concept of teach design thinking together with the concept of reflection on practice to promote competence to create innovation in educational management for students in the field of the educational administration innovation. It consists of teaching strategies based on design thinking concepts together with the concept of reflection on the practice to promote competence to create innovation in educational management for students in the field of educational administration innovation. It has gone through a process of development and improvement from several steps, thus having a confidence that the strategies, project activity, and indicator are appropriate. It can be used to effectively manage information and communication technologies for education for small primary schools. Thank you for your listening and paying attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Pacharaporn Jantarakas that will be discussing the guidelines for tourism development of farm stay according to the King's philosophy of Sakkayo province.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the researcher, Ms. Pacharaporn Jantarakat, I am Ashira Singh, responsible for doing a presentation in guidelines for tourism development of farmstay according to the King's philosophy of Sakkayo province. Research aims to study the potential of a farmstay community based on the King's philosophy, then giving a guideline for a development of farmstay tourism. And the last one is create a farmstay business model by mixed method research and descriptive statistics by questionnaire. The target group is agricultural entrepreneurs, and analysis of the potential level of community in Sakkayo province found that the management potential of agritourism attraction, followed by the capacity to support agricultural tourism sites and qualitative study performed as SWOT analysis. For the background, Sakkayo is a target group for the development of the Eastern Border Special Economic Zone in accordance with Strategy 3, restoring tourist attractions to safety and improving facility. To enhance the environment to be ecotourism and link ancient civilization together, according to the 20-year National Strategic Framework to strengthen the economic and competition in the service sector, because Sakkayo is the gateway to the East to Cambodia. This action is to build the business competitiveness of the service sector in terms of the development of new economic areas in the border areas. The study found that there is a rapid increase in tourists in both second cities and community, therefore providing a good opportunity for income distribution in the area because this province has an abundance of natural and cultural tourism resources, traditions that are still intact and beautiful, as well as community lifestyle and local wisdom. This will attract tourists to the new experience and create attraction within the community and ultimately generate income to the grassroots economy. The marketing tools are used to stimulate preparation and development of the area to be a balanced tourist destination in all dimensions, in line with the 2017 Scout development strategy that this province will be a source of agricultural production and the promotion of non-toxic agriculture, along with the development of quality tourism and generating income for the people, in line with the vision of Indochina ecotourism and logistic hub, energy corp, and safe food. An interesting problem is the lack of development of the farmstay tourism. Therefore, the researcher would like to study the guideline for the development of farmstay tourism according to the King's philosophy of Sagab province. The first objective was to study the potential of the farmstay community. The results showed that the overall potential of the community in Sagab was high. The potential can be classified by aspects as follows: agrotourism management, followed by agrotourism support, agrotourism service, and agrotourism attraction. The second objective was to study the guideline for the development of farmstay tourism. The result of the strategy development synthesis were active strategy include increasing public relations channel both online and offline, development of activities to be a learning base for upgrading the potential of agrotourism, and the development of agrotourism activities in accordance with the needs of tourists. Revised strategies include developing and enhancing knowledge of product design and fabrication, development, and increase marketing knowledge skill for the community, developing and increasing knowledge of community-based tourism management skill, development and create skills for communicator and youth who have knowledge in agricultural tourism management, making road signs to promote tourist attraction both within the community and outside the community. Standard development of tourism program. Protective strategies include maintaining production standard, promoting knowledge and increasing product standard in community. Passive strategy include the development of a participatory community-based tourism development plan and creating a farmstay tourism model. For the third objective, the outcome was to create a participatory process from the community through training skills and develop community products to create add value, public relations channel, organize community-based activities, or a group of villagers to develop agricultural wisdom, organize community tourism program for 2 days and 1 night, and organize farmstay tourism. And for more information, please contact the website below. Thank you for your attention. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you so much for that presentation. All right. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Patcha Trimungkol to be discussing the factors influencing product purchase decision, franchise business, Thiukulaited Franakunsi, Ayutthaya Province.
Hello, สวัสดีครับ Today, we're gonna present in the research paper is factor influencing product purchase decision, franchise business to Greater Panakos area province. We are from to the Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi in Thailand. The researcher, the leader is Astrophobist Dr. Pachati Mongkon, Suwani Hongjit, and Minatapani Muk. So let's talk about the introduction. The research as an academic at the institute consisting with the internal cost commitment to franchises, but he still lacks the knowledge of starting a business. He is also unaware of the factor that drives consumer and buyer of the typical franchise. The research studied the factor influencing the decision to purchase the franchise business of typical in Panakos area province. These studies focus on the marketing mix and brand image in order to apply research finding to formulate marketing mix strategy and strategy of brand image of the franchise business that meet the needs of customer and those interested in franchise business. Finally, there would be a decision to buy a product and franchise business with two goods. Let's talk about conceptual framework. Independent factor have two factors. The first factor is marketing mix factor about to the product, price, and promotions. In another factor is a brand image factor. Dependent factor is about to the decisions to the buy a franchise business under two goods in Panakos area province. The research objective it first is to study the marketing mix factor and brand image factor of the franchise business under two goods in Panakos area province. 2. To study the decision to purchase a franchise business under this two goods in Panakos area province. And 3. To study the factor influencing the decision to purchase a franchise business under two goods in Panakos area province. The research methodologies, the preparation used in the research was customer in Panakos area province. The research determined the sample size from a statistical confidence level of 0.05. Correct formulate use a sample size of 400 people. A sample random sampling method was used in the study. The independent variable in the research was in the 4P marketing mix factor and the brand image factor. The dependent variable was the decision to purchase the franchise business under two goods. The tool used for the collecting data was a questionnaire. Item objectives control index, or we call in the IOCs, was used to define quality with IOC value less than 0.75. Then the Poirot method statistics survey was used to determine the confidence of the questionnaire. Convert alpha confidence test has a questionnaire confidence values of 0.914, and then data was collected was a sample. The researchers studied the data of marketing mix factor, brand image factor, and purchasing decision of franchise business under two methods. The data was analyzed on the descriptive statistical value with mean and standard deviation. A hypothesis was by performance using the river statistical to analyze the correlations of data associated with the various studies. The correlation between one variable and multiple variables. Here, there was a one dependent variable and two independent variable. So, the multiplication analysis was to find the value. This is the lecturer review. So, I do the use brand image building mix with the experience and brand association. And the other is the normal purchase decision process. Is have the 5 steps. Is one step is need. Second, information search. Third, evaluations of alternatives. Next, the purchase decision, and finally, post purchase behavior. So let's about to the research result. In the table first, in about to the 4P marketing mix factor, is overall is in mean in the 4.21. This mean levels of opinion is the highest. In table 2, in about to overall is the brand image factor is the 4.18. In the level of opinion is high. And 3, the table T, in the purchase decision in the overall is 4.30. The levels of opinion is the highest. In about to the table 4 is about to the for pre-marketing mix factors about to the forecasting in the adjust R square is about to the 0.506 in the forecasting is a 50.60%. In the table price, in about to the brand image factor, in the adjust R square in the forecasting is the 0.363. In the forecasting is the 36.30 in the percentage. So it's about to this discussion. Have to the one. The research of the study of marketing factors show that overall it find the highest level. So this consider this is an aspect the product was found to be at the highest level, followed by distribution channel at the highest level. So the relative price at the high level and promotion at the highest level, respectively. It could be seen the customer pay the most attention to the product because the typical sauce was a food product that must be clean, fresh, new, convenient packaging, and good taste. That's what consisted with the found that product variable was at the highest level, followed by the distribution channel at the highest level because the franchise business was an alternative channel for the customer to have a more access to the product in the typical sauce used for the food truck, making it easy to move sales location and was considered a distribution channel that can reach a wide range of consumers. Similarly, the students of motivation and marketing mix affecting the purchase of food trucks in Bangkok. The marketing was correlated with the food truck purchase decisions. 2. The research of study of overall brand image factor was high. That was because brand image what the customer think and analyze from the release and the perspective can again from create identity where you connection liking in a unique in the memories of customer. That's what in the line with the studies of brand where you the average purchasing decisions. It was also found and consistent with study the concepts of brand image building mix from the customer perspectives and brand image elements. 3. The results of the study on overall purchasing decision were at the highest level, indicating the customer were able to easily make a purchase decision on typical product because it was a SNEX product does not require much information or time to make a decision. Unlike some products, consumer may need more time information because of making a purchase. This was consistent with of the decision-making process in step 4 is decision-making. 4. The hypothesis testing revealed the marketing mix factor and brand image factor has a statistical current significant influence on purchase decisions of purchase business under typical thought in Ayutthaya province at 0.05 level. This implies the proper marketing mix and building a unique brand image of typical thought contribute to the customer's purchasing decision process. This corresponds to the marketing mix factor and brand image factor were statistically related and influence to the decision of consumer to buy a good or buy a franchise business. The finally conclusion. The results of this research can be applied to small business entrepreneurs under the brand to thought. In order to determine the strategy of the marketing mix and the appropriate brand image building strategy, the marketing mix strategy should be focused primarily on products with emphasis on standardized raw material and flavor and distribution channel that can reach all customer groups. As for defining a brand image strategy, it should be emphasis unique to be implied in the memories of customer. Identity value in the context prevalence that means customer need to should be considered together. It can be seen that strategy of the marketing mix and brand image building strategy can be used as guideline in the franchise business for new entrepreneurs. Business success depends on a number of management strategies, including managing marketing factor and building a memorable brand image. Building a franchise business must have a sales quality and standard. In this case, the franchise unpreparedness might make a business unsuccessful because those who will do business in the franchise must understand the franchise system and understand the management of the franchise network. Moreover, there are many competitors in the sales franchise business, so competition is quite high and there are many problems with the competing. It should be to further apply it for your business. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Doctor. Next, let us welcome Dr. Prapalad Somchai Damnoin to be discussing the development of learning management design models in compulsory subjects of the Master of Education program in Educational Administration Innovation in order to enhance the characteristics of learners according to the needs of the professional education institution administrators.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's all speaking. Today I will present my topic: the elements of learning management design model in compulsory subject of the Master of Education program in Educational Administration Innovation on order of enhance the characteristics of learner according to the needs of the Professional Education Institute Administrator by Venerable Prabhupada Somchai Damnoin, Assist Prof. Dr. Puvat Phum Pujason, Dr. Nuanwan Phunwa Suphunachat, and Assist Prof. Pramaha Vichit Sichan. Research article of the active are one to study the problem and requirements of the student characteristics of the Master of Education program in Education Administration Innovation. Educational administration to enhance the characteristics of learner according to professional needs. Educational Institute Administrator demographic and simple group, namely curriculum responsibility group, study of a total of 60 people as a group of coaching students by studying in the target group by using a specific session of 30 people. The research use a research and development model to collect data, extra, questionnaire, and accessibility appraisal as an approximation of 5 levels. The study need for data analysis per percentage mean standard deviation. The results of the research were to study the problem condition and the needs of the characteristics of the student of the Master of Education program in Educational Management Innovation. Improvements development work is the most necessary needs. PNI modifies required to point 25. The results of the development of learners management design model compulsory subjects of the Master of Education program in Educational Administration Innovation to enhance to learner characteristics according to the needs of the professional practice of educational institutes. Administrator consists of 5 steps. A step has the following component: 1. Analysis process. Curriculum analysis, teaching plan preparation, teaching plan performance analysis. 2. Design step. They also call teaching design practice class, development state. Critical learning management plan, application step. Applying for teaching in educational institute, applying for teaching in the workplace, and the education and the evolution and flow up state of the model sustainability evaluation by expert what at the highest level with the mean of 4.86. Research objective to study the problem and need to learner characteristics in the development of learning management design model for compulsory subject of the Master of Education Program National Administrator Innovation Program to enhance learner characteristics according to the needs of Education Institute Administrator to develop and access to opportunities of the development of a learning management design model for the compulsory subject of the Master of Education Program. Education Administration Innovation Program is enhanced learner characteristics according to the needs of Education Institute Administrator. Conclusion: the elements of learning management design model in the compulsory category of the Master of Education Program in Education Administrator Innovation to enhance learner characteristics according to the needs of the Education Institute. Administrator professional practice must measured by studying the problem and need of the learner of the Master of Education Program in Education Management Innovation Program. The results show that the characteristics of the learners of the Master Education Program in the Education Management Innovation Program. This match of need today carries with their analytical future to solve problem, improve work development. Therefore, the researcher has used it as a guideline for developing a learning management design model in the compulsory category of the Master of Education Program in Educational Administration Innovation to enhance learner characteristics according to the needs of assembly. The Educational Institute Administrator Professional is a conceptual framework for developing a learning management design model. The first step in a step are carried out jointly between Education Institute and enterprise. According to the principle of educational management education model, practice exercise of professional exclusiveness. The process of analysis consisting of the analysis of the course curriculum to get a job by bringing the job to be defined as a teaching project of competency analysis. The determinant of the competency list and a competency level for us task and a competency level of the competency is the design state. The design of teaching activities course consisting of content, teaching material, teaching methods of promote critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity, and method to measuring of evaluating teaching design, critical subject consisting of teaching material, and practice of exclusive professional experience, including how to teach practical works by using teaching practice in management practice and measuring results according to the actual conditions of the development process. It is a development to plan for learning management in theories and learning management plan for principal subject implementation process. Demonstrate to application of the theoretical learning management plan to teach in Educational Institute and the implementation of the practical learning management plan to teach in school or educational agency, including and the evaluation and follow-up process as a test, method, and evaluation. Learner learning is also included. Taking feedback on the teaching that the instructor has performed. To estimate the model developed toward the highest level for expert feasibility estimate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms., for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Juan Pen Charoentrakulpiti to be discussing the global dimming situation in the central region of Thailand.
Hello everyone. My name is Vanpen Chalernthakulpiti. Today I would like to present global dimming situation in the central region of Thailand. Global dimming is a phenomenon in which the intensity of solar radiation is reduced to the surface of the Earth. The main cause of global dimming is the change in aerosol. The property of the aerosol is that the nuclei cause the condensation of water vapor in the air to form a cloud. Aerosol can also absorb heat pollution and remain in the air, thereby inhibiting cloud formation. This results in a reduction in solar radiation due to an increase in aerosol levels in the atmosphere. The cause of aerosol thickness are from the nature, such as the large volcanic eruptions and human activities, such as the increase in industry and urban production. The effect of global dimming is estimated to be comparable to the effect of squared global warming. Global dimming causes the Asian monsoon, which is the source of rainfall, to reduce as much as 50% of the world's rainfall, thereby causing drought conditions in some areas and ultimately leading to global food shortage. Scientists became interested in global dimming from 1950 to 1980. They found that in Europe and the Americas, since this was the time when the industrialization took place, a large amount of aerosol was produced in the atmosphere. However, after 1990, the situation turned out to be the opposite, known as the brightening period. This was due to the movement of industrial production based to Asia. The global dimming events in Asia had been reported before the 1960s, and that large scale countries such as Russia, China, and India have been discovered. But in Southeast Asia, including Thailand, no data on global dimming had been reported. Therefore, the study aimed to understand of global dimming patterns occurring in Thailand. A study was conducted by considering change in the intensity of solar radiation that hit the Earth's surface in the central region of the country. The widespread interest of study of global dimming began in 1950. It was found that in 1950 to 1980, the intensity of solar radiation that hit the Earth's surface tended to decrease, and the situation had the opposite effect after 1990. We therefore use time points since 1990 to study change in solar radiation intensity. Before 1990s, it was found that Thailand was very limited data because no data was correct directly to study the phenomenon. Therefore, this research applied a model was used to estimate the total daily radiation from the difference between daily maximum and minimum temperature data to analyze trends in the intensity of solar radiation hitting the Earth's surface. The first result is change in solar radiation intensity before 1990, between 1951 to 1990. The trend of change in this period show no significant increase in mean annual solar radiation intensity. The trend slope estimate was 0.091 and the mean was 221 watt per square meter. For each season, there was no significant increase in the mean solar radiation intensity, except for the rainy season where there was a significant increase. If considering the average monthly solar radiation intensity, it was found that the highest solar intensity is in April, and the lowest average solar radiation intensity is in November. The second result is the trend of changes solar radiation intensity after 1990. In this period, the results show that a slight decrease in trend and average is about 199 watt per square meter. The seasonal average solar radiation intensity was found that in summer, and the highest average was 218 watt per square meter. Followed by winter and rainy season with average, there was a tendency to change the intensity of solar radiation significantly in the rainy season and winter. In summer, the intensity of solar radiation tends to decrease insignificantly. The average solar radiation intensity in April was the highest and the lowest average in December. The analysis revealed that the central region is facing a global dimming situation as the intensity of solar radiation tends to decrease. For the last results is changes in the trend of solar radiation by station after 1990. The solar radiation trends must be considered in the periods after 1990 as urbanization areas result in different types of dust and ash which affected the intensity of solar radiation. It was found that the trend slope estimate of solar radiation intensity in urban areas decreased. The slope of trend line was lower than in rural areas. Urbanization was more concentrated and produced higher air pollution than rural area. It may be noted that the slope estimate for the solar radiation trend line were significantly reduced because Samut Prakan province was a highly industrialized area and an extension from Bangkok, the capital of Thailand. As a result of this situation, there was a large amount of pollutants in the air and affect the transmittance to solar radiation that hit the Earth's surface. The study can be included that as a whole that the trend of solar radiation before 1990 was not significantly changed, while after 1990 there was a significant decline in terms of the local terrain and climate, as well as the density of building and traffic congestion in the area. Before 1990, the country was preparing for the country development by setting up the country main city infrastructure such as transportation system, irrigation system, electrical system, but not very intensive in practice. Therefore, before 1990, there was no dust and other pollutants from human activity much. There was the main cause of decrease in solar radiation. Thus, global dimming was not seen during this period. Comparatively, the nature of the change in solar radiation with other regions found in Europe, data on global dimming phenomena have been reported. The annual mean solar radiation intensity had declined since 1960. Since the change in aerosol was from the increase in industrialization and aerosol as a product of urbanization. According to the Air Quality Monitor Station, the country annual average solar radiation intensity trend after 1990 showed a significant decline. Such result could be concluded that the central region is entering global dimming as solar radiation intensity tends to decrease. Compared to situation in other regions, data from Europe after 1990 reported that Europe had shifted to be the brightening period, that its surface solar radiation tend to increase because of the measure to reduce pollution of Europe countries and the relocation of industrial production based to developing countries. This research recommends that it should be reduced private vehicle use, optimize public transport, and relocate or limit activities that attract non-urban travel to city center. Also, increase urban green space should be taken into serious consideration. In addition, the management of land cover by means of proper roadside planting and putting of air pollution problems is an urgent issue of the country in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us have Ms. Alisara Thamabut to be discussing the gastronomy tourism event innovation marketing management of Khon Kaen Mais City according to sustainability, Thai Isan authenticity, geo-social values.
Hi everyone, today I'm present gastronomy tourism marketing strategy management according to sustainability Thai Isan authenticity geo-social value. I'm present. My name is Arisara Thamabut. I'm working Rajamangala University of Technology Isan Surin campus in Thailand. This aspect, the study of gastronomy tourism marketing strategy management according to sustainability to Thai Isan authenticity geo-social value and to study and develop gastronomy tourism market strategy management based on social geography, value, and authenticity of sustainable Thai Isan style. Introductions. Map of the world. This is Thailand. Northeastern ภาคตะวันออกเฉียงเหนือ or อีสาน in Thailand. The gastronomy tourism is another tourism pattern of reflex of local culture in country with the tourist attention to search for the experience with the different consuming and drinking style. According to the northeastern region, it is one part of Thailand with the culture to live with the uniqueness for self-reliant society. In agriculture work, such as farm, garden, grand crop, animal raising, crochet weaving, and finding natural foods from lands and water area. And smallest is come from the natural resource in Thailand. Research objectives. Number 1, to study the gastronomy tourism potential with Northeast local interest value. And number 2, to develop the tourism marketing strategy with local interest value into the sustainability. And next, literature reviews. A, the components of the tourist resort. Number 1, act communication. 2, access sorted service. 3, attractions. 4, activity. And 5, accessibility. And B, market segmentation. Marketing mix or SP. And then number 1, product alignment. 2, place. 3, promotion and education. 4, price and other use outlay. 5, process. 6, product activity and quality. 7, people. And 8, physical evidence. Next. Research method. Khon Kaen province. Then, according to the study, it has gathered the data from the questionnaire of sample size, such as 400 tourists with sample random sampling and interview from the group sampling, namely, and people in local area, the government agency and the relevant private agency with food tourism in Khon Kaen province area for the people. Furthermore, it is including with the observed participation and the in-depth interview with semi-structured interview for the gastronomy tourism, Northeast culture, social intellect, value and trust face of Northeast people, and it has the data analysis from the checking data with the concept, idea, and principle, theory and in-depth interview data for the descriptive presentation and the concept idea. What's the objective by checking the quality of questionnaire and interview of the country wireless of IOC, index of consistency with 3 experts to checking for the in-depth of item objectives. Next. The research result: 1. Accessibility, ability, ancillary service, tourism activity, attractions, authenticity, and 7. Act communication. And then food products and food price. Number 3, location of tourist result of material resource. Number 4, marketing promotion activity and personal and distribution channels, public relations channel, and 8, developments produced with sustainability. Conclusion: Trust the tourism result component is one factor for traveling because it has a connection with communication, tourism activity, and tourism service by increasing the convenience with the concept idea. 1. Accessibility. Number 2, availability of service. Number 3, affordability. Number 4, activity. Number 5, attraction. Number 6, authenticity. And number 7, accommodation. From the tourist resource component to have the readiness and the response of the destination requirements with the destination, including of the tourist potential, informing periods of use the marketing strategy. As the food developments of the Northeast, authenticity with sustainable interest value. Following by the concept idea of Mr. Collar, saying that the selling is the influence factor of the consumer decision with the necessity of use the market segmentation observant for determining of marketing strategy. This is picture of food culture in Thailand. Somtam or that spicy kitchen and pad thai, right? Next. This is a reference of page. Thank you. สวัสดีค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next will be presented by the same presenter, Ms. Alisara Tamabut, to be discussing the factors of gastronomy tourism event of Khon Kaen, My City, according to Thai Isan Authenticity, JU Social Values.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning everyone. My name is Alisara Tamabut. I'm working Rajamangala University of Technology Isan in Thailand. Today I'm present factor of gastronomy tourism events of Khon Kaen, My City, according to Thai Isan Authenticity Geo Social Values. Next. Introductions. Thailand MICE tourism is continuous to grow and according to the report of the World Association of International Conference. Now, Thai MICE MICE, M meeting, I incentive, C convention, and E exhibition or event industry is ranked for in Asia. For international conferences is the second only for Japan, China, and Korea. But it's ranking number 1 in Asian, whereas Thailand is ranking 5 in Asia. Then, Khon Kaen is one of the 5 provinces chosen as the meeting city or the center of transportation, trade, investments, education, health, innovation, especially the city of tourism with diversity for both to natural attraction, historical attraction, traditional lifestyle, art and culture, including to local food culture. Gastronomy tourism is a support to that encourage tourists to visit the attractions because local food is identity or unique and it has been passed to the next generations which is essential to present identity and culture to the traveler destination. Next. Research objectives. Number 1, to analyze the environment and the current situation of organizing food tourism or gastronomy tourism activity with the value of the social landscape and the trust authenticity of the northeast of Khon Kaen, my city. And number 2, the behavior and needs of tourists towards organizing activity post tourism with the value of the real Thai Isan landscape of Khon Kaen, my city. Next. Literature review. A. The event or the event management. Special event related to support and entertainment or leisure event. And special individual activity or personal event. And cultural special event. And number 4, special event related to organize or situation and organize event. And B, environment analysis or SWOT analysis. Strengths S, meaning strength or strength which is a result of internal factor. Weakness W, meaning weakness as a result of international factor or a problem or defect caused by various internal environment. Opportunity O, meaning change is caused by internal factor with the result of the company external environment favoring or promoting its operation. And threat T, with the meaning as barrier caused by external factor. This is a picture. Smart city, smart people, smart economy, smart environment, smart government, smart living, and smart mobility. Research method. This research study uses survey research by using questionnaire and research to explore the variable used the research. Research 2. Number 1, in-depth interview. Number 2, focus group decisions and observation participation. And research results. 1. Food self-identity, a clean hygiene, and lecturer with space and exhibition with the adding value for local food price. The price of product or goods that is not too high and not too low. The clear points to set a fixed price. The attractive local food tourism program with the interest organizing events are follow 1. The location to be easily accessible. 2. The parking place to accommodate a large number of participants. Number 3. The closeness to the city. Number 4. The convenient location with cleanness and neatness. Number 5. Location near amenities that the marketing promotion to be as follow. 1. Organize activity that attract attention on the regular. Besides, provide special strategy to attractive. Number 3. Organize challenge activity to arouse the interest of tourists. Number 4. Set up for interesting promotion, such as a package program with communication, air ticket, and tourism program, with personnel or people to be follow organized training for personnel to increase their potential organized events. With this case, it is involving with the analysis of the potential strengths, weakness, opportunity, and threats of Khon Kaen province. Next. Conclusion. Khon Kaen is the central province of the northeastern region, and it is the main tourist city in the central northeastern province, with the readiness to be the big economic city, trade and investment center of Khon Kaen province.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Professor. Next, let us welcome Dr. Prapalad Somchai Damnya to be discussing the development of strategies for the use of innovative information in education for secondary schools under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the Eastern region.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, guest speaker and overall. Today, I will present the topic, the development of strategy for the use of innovative information in education for secondary school under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the Eastern region by Venerable Dr. Prapalad Somchai Damnya, assisted Prof. Dr. Phum Phokawat Phum Photjasorn, Dr. Supisha Phon Pichanarong, and Nathamon Nan Phosi. The abstract. The research paper aimed to 1. Develop strategy for using innovative information for education to secondary school under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the Eastern region, a multidisciplinary of 6 schools, semi-structured interview to previously presented strategy and a meeting of 11 expert group by finding the consistency or index of consistency between each question and the proposed. The result of the research revolved that's the development of innovative strategy for educational information for secondary school under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the Eastern regions consists of a strategy for this project activity 18 indicator as follows. The work for project activity 10 indicator to strategy for using information of education with for projects. Introduction. Innovation is important to many studies because in the global world of the world is changing rapidly in all areas, especially advanced in both technology and information. Education therefore needs to be developed to change from the existing education system to be up to date with change in technology and changing social conditions in order to eventually solve some education problems. Change in education requires education about educational innovation. What that will be used to solve certain education problems, such as realize problem greater number of learners. Modern consider the development produce and develop new media to respond to human learning. More with a short us at the time. The development of strategy for using educational information innovative for secondary school under the Office of Basic Education Commission in the Eastern region is therefore very important to the education management of secondary school under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the Eastern region in developing a management information system with basic information that is comprehensive, significant, account and up-to-date functionality have to knowledge and access to the efficient use of ICT media that will enhance the quality of education in small school according to the basic education standards. Research objective. Tool strategy for using educational information in innovation for secondary school under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the Eastern region. Knowledge of research. From research concept using the development of a learning management design model in the compulsory category of the Master of Education program. The departments of educational administration innovation to enhance learners' strategy according to the needs of the educational institute administrator is a conceptual framework for developing a learning management design model for specific subject areas of the Master of Education program. The educational administration innovation program that manages educational education to enhance learners' strategies according to the needs of educational institute administrator obligated to learning management so that students have light in analyzing problem, improving work development school administrator. Conclusion. Development of strategy for using educational information in innovative for a secondary school under the Office of Basic Education Commission in the East concept of a strategy. 32 projects activity. 18 the indicators were one strategy or for management within education institutes. Therefore, 4 project activities. 10 indicator 2 strategy for the use of information innovation for education for project activity in 10 indicators. 3 teaching and learning management strategy have 4 projects activity 10 indicators. For learning process, there are 4 projects. Generator Project for Resource in Learning Management, there are 4 projects. Indicator. There are 4 activities can be applied in dictionary information and communication technology administration for secondary school under the Office of the Basic Education Commission in the east of the really effective. That's meant to need the of the creative world, there are analytical features to solve problems. Improve work development, therefore, the researcher has used it as a guideline for developing a learning management design model in the compulsory category of the Master of Education program in educational administration innovation to enhance learners' statistics according to the need of assessment. The educational institution administrator professor is a conceptual framework for developing a learning management design model. The 5 steps in each step are carried out jointly between educational institute and enterprise. According to the principle of educational management education model, practice experience of personal exclusive. The process of analysis consisting of the analysis of the course curriculum to get a job by bringing the job to be defined as a teaching project of competency analysis.
Thank you for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Associate Professor Dr. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya to discuss the Buddhist of Guidelines for Pollution Prevention and Solution.
I would like to present our research, Buddhist of Guidelines for Pollution Prevention and Solution. Author Associate Professor Dr. Pramahamit Chitapanjo, corresponding author Prakiti Saraswati and Assistant Professor Dr. Bhrakro Suti Kampirayana. Introduction. Natural environment is very essential for man and living things in the world. In other words, man is a part of nature as he or she fell through the law of nature, birth and satisfy, pain, aging and death. Seriously speaking, man couldn't live without natural resources. Natural resource. Nevertheless, in the time of the Buddha, the crisis of imbalance ecosystem was not mentioned at that period. A man not yet engaged with the new technology. Thus, the social change went by little, the ecosystem still stay balanced. With the slow and gradual change, a man was not even aware with the change, and it was not difficult for them to adjust themselves to suit with nature. Environment here also includes water later created by a man in order to serve and fill in the need of mankind. Natural resources that naturally originate are air, water, soil, oil, and living things on earth, vegetation, and animal. Natural resources created by a man are public assistance such as roads, dams, including social institutes. Buddhism teaches a man to live in peace, selfishness, brought to mass suffering, and it is the main cause of great natural as the Buddha mentions in Vinaya disciplinary rule for bhikkhus or bhikkhuni about natural preservation, with the rule not allowing to drop garbage into water, the public cutting a tree and killing animal is prohibited for monk. The monk should be compassionate and kind toward all being on the basic of principle of natural preservation. All of us want to live with the good environment that have fresh air, safety food, and clear water, safety home, and working place, no pollution and harmful diseases in the society. Therefore, human relationship with nature must rely on each other when humans use resources. The lack of consciousness naturally affects nature for self and society. In this decade, it was the decade of revolution, but the problem of natural decadence was also taking place on some parts of this earth. This problem has emerged from both developed and developing countries, such as water pollution and natural decadence is occur with the rapidly increasing of petroleum or forest vegetation and wild animals in the ecosystem. Or natural crises were directly related to the living of mankind. We plant food on the soil, but the soil is full of pollution from chemical fertilizer. It takes very long time to disintegrate such chemical and recover the quality of soil back. Water is another essential natural resource for all living life in all activity. Daily living, trading, transporting, and traveling for relax. But what we could imagine if water is polluted. Nowadays, the population of many countries are rapidly increasing, especially in the town. This leads to the insufficient basic facility to the people, for instance, living place, water resource, sanitation, crowd together with building upper and underground roads in the capital city. Washing drain water from the factory on this in the same time cause contaminate air and water that eventually cause great harm effect to the health of the people day by day. Thailand is one of the countries that are encountering with the crisis of environmental pollution due to the crowded immigration to the city policy of making the economic progress. Factory influence of vehicle carriers, what management of housing and factory on this lead to mass pollution that have great impact to health of the people inevitably. Therefore, in this study, researchers interested to study on the crisis of pollution in the current situation and calling for the aggressive resolution according to the Buddhist teachings as an alternative and effective method to resolve the problem. Objectives of research. Number one, to study the issue of pollution as depicted in the Buddhist scripture. And number two, to study the resolution and method in solving the crisis of pollution in Buddhist point of views. Method of research. This research was conducted based on qualitative research. Methodology and the scope of the study could be divided as following. Number one, primary sources. Correcting the source from Pali canon both in Pali and Thai language. By Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya version, including Pali commentary and sub-commentary. Number two, secondary sources, study on the research paper, academic work, and related document. And number three, according to result of the study, categorizing and analysis what has been found, concluding and present the result of the study. The results found shown that Theravada Buddhism has decreasing for preventing any cause of pollution or the purity of the environment. The screen also have points contributing towards the practice, nature and environment. They are more important for living through in the Buddha's time. There is more problem about nature and the environment. The Buddha laid down descriptions about the environment. Whatever disciplinary causes the Buddha prescribed for protection against pollution, the bhikkhus have to abide by for society. Principles and guidelines for the prevention of pollution in Buddhism. Buddha prescribed description for guidelines in the prevention of pollution and conservation of natural resources and the environment by not breaking the ecological balance. The bhikkhus are part of human society and there are rules and discipline to regulate their life way. The discipline of bhikkhus is in accord with the conservation of nature and environment, and it can be applied in everyday life. Guidelines for the prevention and pollution according to Buddhism. The Buddha has the vision that all plants were supposed to take care for the eminence and be cherished no less than eminence. In this dream, Buddha prescribed discipline that people do not destroy the wood or cause loss of greenery. Buddha came off on time, prohibit excavation, do not defecate, urinate, or spit saliva on the tree or in rivers, stream, etc. Discipline should be for protecting animals and serial bhikkhu should not abuse rights in his livelihood. There are disciplines that show the protection and reduction of pollution of air, water, and soil on times. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Ayutthaya News to discuss development of marketing strategy for concepts militaries entrepreneurs among the working age consumer in Pranakunsi, Ayutthaya province.
Hello, today I will present a research titled Development of Marketing Strategy for Korea Middle East Entrepreneur amongst the work as consumer in Panakornsi, Ayutthaya provides. I'm a PCR lecturer for Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Abstract. The research on the development of marketing strategy for Middle East entrepreneur among the work age consumer in Panakornsi, Ayutthaya provide is an apply research to the study the market system for Korea Middle East product purchasing behind and factor increasing the purchase decision of Korea Middle East among working age consumer and present marketing strategy for Korea Middle East to the entrepreneur. The population in this research and divided into two groups, namely 400 consumer who had viewer concept countries Middle East product and 12 countries Middle East entrepreneur using and proposed simple method. Data correction was done by using questionnaire and in-depth interview. These results were analyzed with directive statistics and composition, LSD, and time series forecasting, as well as organizing meeting for Korea Middle East entrepreneur and marketing expert. Research used so that the Korea Middle East market system has both direct and indirect. Well, the demand level for Korea Middle East product has conducted buying behavior of Korea Middle East consumer in longer than 1 year of purchase. Most of consumer buy for the product for their one consumption with online channel. The purchase cost in more than 500 baht per time with the purchase. You can see of 1 month per time. The most important factor in casting purchasing this decision are to the field sale for using the product, followed by the price that is suitable for the quality coloring marketing strategy. The my target group in female consumer at 30 to 40 year with high income and behavior degree. Product strategy is to produce quality product with outstanding flex and packing development. Pricing strategy is to use cost-based pricing. The decision channel strategy increasing by offering and online distribution, and the marketing problem strategy is contact with indicated marketing, communication strategy to the case, consumer appearance and confidence. Introduction. At present, the college methods are very popular in the Thailand, especially among the consumer of the working age and the elderly, and those who love health or use it to test their one disease because cardiometric contain high level of the potent vitamin, oxidant, and amino acid. It also has potassium for changing allergies, indeterminate atom, and motionit, as well as importing enough system function. The sale of the Karana minerals in Thailand is about the quality of the cardiometrics has increased. Apparently, it is still not enough to meet the marketing demand. The consumption of cardiometrics continue to go due to increasing popularity of the cardiometric consumer. The protector of the cardiometric to develop a quantity strategy of cardiometrics and working age group in Panakornsi, Ayutthaya. Provide this is for the benefit for community in the private entrepreneur and as a give time for developing strategy to meet the need of the consumer in the working age group. Research objective. 1. To study the system of the cardiometric product market in Panakornsi, Ayutthaya. Provide 2. To study to buying behavior and factor increasing the purchase decision for of the cardiometrics. Yes, 2. Working age consumer. 3. 2% marketing strategy about the cardiometric among working age group. The entrepreneur in the Panakornsi, Ayutthaya. Provide research. Consumer personal data. Most of the respondents were female. 78.7%, age 31 to 40 years. 42.4%. Behavior degree 57.3%. Visit 36% and average monthly income of more than 41.4. The use of the analysis for SWOT strength product. Product deliver quality and outstanding factor of the product. Most of the raw material can be cost by time. The indicated are different for the company. Consumer have goods knowledge and in area the pace of the sale, the confidence to the productivity of product. Demand target group where consumer with good income, female age 30, 50 year behavior degree of appetite of service were or government employee, people with good social standing, health and beauty, content and position for health. Second target group, nurse, home and health food, disabled group. Marketing mix strategy, product strategy, manufacturer must focus on the quality of the production of the product based on wisdom. The distinctive future depend on the property of a health product are differentiated, but packaging should be improvised and developed. Price strategy, a cost oriented strategy should be used close to that of competition at the same time. The perspective of pricing should be consistent with the quality and value of price. Distribution channel strategy, there is two distribution channel, direct with each selling at the point of sale, Facebook, phone, internet, group member. Promotion strategy, entrepreneurs should sell people or admin who are witty, skillful and use sales technical along with purchasing vision. Advertising million sure as related to provide information about the product. Position. One, the my target group of herbal product for community enterprise as female consumer. True buying behavior of the consumer that has been added to more than 1 year, more for one use. 3. The purchase cost at more than 500 baht per time. The purchase frequency at 1 month at time. The most important factor influencing purchasing decision at product safety. 4. The main target group of herbal product of the community enterprise as female consumer at 30 to 50 year goods income and behavior degree. Secondary target group where hospital and health food distribution group. 5. Marketing system for consumer coordinated product focus on the people of working age in the Panakorn Ayutthaya provide most of time study is there one condition, but there were some indication that need to be purchased from outside the area. Distribution system were divided into two types. 1. Direct distribution system include Facebook, phone call, and sell NAS group number 2. Indirect distribution system with position by consumer in a store. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Sirichai Pecharak to discuss about strong community development based on social capital and cultural capital of Suphanburi Province.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm present research. Name is Strong Community Development based on social capital and cultural capital in Suphanburi Province. As Professor Dr. Srichai Vicharak, TFC, Ratchapat University, Lopburi, Thailand. Biography. Bachelor degree, Sukhothai Thammarat University, Local Administration. Master degree, TFC, Ratchapat University, Development Strategy. PhD, Eastern Asia University, Doctor of Public Administration. Abstract. The objective of this research were 1. To study the strong community of Suphanburi Province. Number 2. To study the process and method of social capital management and cultural capital and strong community development in Suphanburi Province. And number 3. To study the problem and objective of process and method of social capital and cultural capital management in Suphanburi Province. It is qualitative research consisting of document analysis and vision field survey by interview the community leader network community, 10 people, government, exclusive private sector civil society, interparliament, 15 people, elderly people in the community, 10 people, people arriving in Suphanburi Province, 10 people. Total, 45 people use each interview form. Result. 1. A strong community from the past to the present of Suphanburi Province. Suphanburi Province is one of the provinces in the western central region of Thailand, located on the plain on the Thajin River or the Suphanburi River. For along the length of province from north to south, most of the area of Suphanburi Province is used for rice farming. There are important rivers that flow from the north to south, such as the Thajin River or Suphanburi River. Most of the population is integrated in the agriculture. Number 2. Process and method for managing social capital and cultural capital and the development of strong community in Suphanburi Province. Physical and social context. Thajin River or Suphanburi River is considered the livelihoods of Suphanburi Province in terms of country, economy, society, and culture. The social condition in urban and Chinese society is the semi-urban, more rural than the city. There are rich relative society that not really strict about discipline. Economy opposition characteristic. Most of the population is engaged in agriculture, with the is but heavily district followed by the trade, opposition, civil service, opposition employee, and general contractor. That's important economy. Animal are pigs, cattle, buffalo, chicken, duck, and sheep, and freshwater fish. They earn several million baht per year in Somali province for the industrial sector. This is mainly related to production in the agriculture sector such sugar mill, agriculture processing plant, and other. Tradition. Suphanburi province is an old province. The consists of the Thai people of many nationalities. Therefore, there are various customs in addition to the basic tradition that are the same as other locations of province, such as New Year Day tradition, Songkran tradition, origin ceremony, wedding ceremony, ลอยกระทง tradition, carnival ceremony. Personal. In Suphanburi province, they are the people who are alert and want to the strong community that can support them well when the economy is going backward. And having strong community has been the topic of discussion for a long time, but still unable at result but public and private support. Management. Suphanburi province is really in many ways. There are both government and private agencies that help and support in various fields. Number 3. Problem and obstacles of the process and method of managing social capital and cultural capital and the development of strong community in Suphanburi province. From the COVID-19 situation that threaten Thailand in that affect Suphanburi province in terms of trade, investment, tourism, education. Tourists had a high impact. Tourists fell by 60%, and medicine and vendor were facing serious problems. There are also impact on employment in Suphanburi province. Small community or shops have a closed terminus because they can't bear the cost. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Yanapat Lapanit Chakul to discuss development automatic mixing and temperature control systems for hydroponics crops.
Hello to all community and viewers. Today I want to present my research development of automatic solution using temperature sensors for agriculture. My name is Yanathan and for other research doctor. We are professor in the Department of Mathematics University that is information technology sector. One aspect is this research focus is to development of automatic solution mixing acceleration and production for hydroponic crops. The objective to create an automatic solution mixing and production for grow and hydroponic plants and to create an automatic water temperature system for growing hydroponic plants. The development of the system explanation is order to solve the problem of remain is correct. Mixing of the solution and loop was this caused by temperature that to the oxygen confusion. The review the force of mixing the solution due to the effort of to mix the solution themselves. This cause to pile of the problem. Then I'm not getting and the planet gets to have nuclear with cause waste of waste and there will value in the water that is the planet. Yes. The researcher has resolved the problem by effectively offering the result of the experiment and the temperature of 72.5 degrees in an environment with temperature of 32 degrees, or including the result of another system from testing, often from the development of an automatic solution content system capable of leading conductivity values, as specified by farmers in the range of 1.5 until 2 pm. It can also lead the general standard measuring instrument from 1 until 4 pm. That's standard. And this is satisfactory evaluation result from the board. System fell in good level. They have the same average score of 4.41. After the issue that correspond to the objective of research project, namely solution to make solution and treat root loss caused by hot water in consumption. The point is that the revised result from the system are at a very good level. Okay? This this is the concept, the overall concept of the system marketing. Okay? We have developed in two parts in orange part. Okay? One in the one number threshold, the solution is mixed into the water system. Okay? That is number one. Okay? The solution is mixed into the water system. That is on the picture. Yes, the working principle is there are two types of solution to be used in our type A, type B. How it works, the microcontroller, you can check the pressure value and then use then farmer configuration. And the number two option, the water system make the water lower to make a lower the water temperature. The water system has a cooler temperature. Where the principle is the temperature is low when the heat exchange outside the pipe with the internal cooling of the upper pipe in the water the copper part can be positive because the lithoceramic box and the lithoceramic inside. Conclusion from this is result from the research of research and development of alternative solution using simulation control system for habitability. The system can work as soon efficiently from the intent purpose to solve the problem of mixing the solution so compare with various diseases of vegetable grow with habitability. With the relationship of the control system, the plant grow with maximum efficiency as well as the development of both solution making and automatic control system, but the two automatic machines and temperature control systems are still prototypes that is not yet suitable for industrial use or large availability crops because the material product used to such as equivalent appendix. This is unfortunately the community. Okay? It's globally too much of exposure that is the failure to so much. And thank you for
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Ornanong Sonachit to discuss developing of students' learning achievement in electronic and electrical circuit course by electric circuit practice.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ornanong Sonachit from Thepsatri Ratchapat University, Lopburi, Thailand. Today, present research named Developing of Student Learning Achievement in Electronic and Electrical Circuit Course by Electric Circuit Practice. Biography. I am lecturer from Faculty of Science and Technology, Thepsatri Ratchapat University. I am graduate in Master of Science program in Applied Physics, Faculty of Science, King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang, Thailand. I am interested in conducting research in microcontroller, electronics, and education. Abstract. This research was aimed to develop student learning achievement in electronic and electrical circuit by doing an electric circuit practicum. There were 10 laboratories for year student years. Major Physics of Faculty Science and Technology at Thepsatri Ratchapat University in 2 terms, 2019 years, but only 10 laboratories to be practiced by following the real data of electric and electrical circuit by systematic analysis the data using Proteus program. This program was also able to simulate the circuit. The findings are based on the university evaluation system. There were 9 students score A 75% and B plus 25%. For tumor, there was the learning episode following the subject objects, which consists 4 topics. The course syllabus content, the design learning, the experiment, and the creating interacts in episode was B on mean and SD info. A proposal object. Introduction. Nowadays, the evolution of information technology communication progress speedy. Developing learning, the information technology communication of teenage was important. Developing learning, the information technology and communication of students will be important of the nation ready changing by minutes. Education has to hold that the student could learn and improve themselves and the students were most important. The managed learning process might support the student the level of develop themselves natural and potential method. This research was using project-based learning in which learning management and a project-based activity where student-centered pedagogy is what involve dynamic classroom approach to its possible brings uh, student acquire the deep knowledge, thoughts and active exploration of real-world challenges. The student would learn by group working process to bring about a new learning result by following the project process. The population of the research was the students of physics department, the faculty of science at Thepsati Ratchapat University who attend the electronic and electrical circuit course. The sample was possibly select from students that show the low performance grades. There were 11 students was chosen as sample of research consists of 3 boys and 8 girls, age range 20 and 21 years old. The criteria of students are shown in the table. This research using statistical is mean and standard deviation or SD. Practice experiments is Proteus is a single integrated application with ICs, arrays, and 3D viewer module. Appearing as tab module, the program enhanceable chance on the schematic to reflect across PCB, BOM, and Design Explorer in a real time. Proteus saw the design DSN layout LTY and common database and single project file. Practice experiment in a Proteus are this table 10 laboratory research result. Therefore, doing approaches correctly to the create assignments by 4 objects and 4 topics, the course syllabus content, the design learning, the experiments, and creating interaction following is this table. Conclusion: the following by the university ranking of electronic and electric circuit by circuit analysis. The electronic and electric circuit course, there were 11 students measuring physics. The students evaluate before learning much more understanding of the topic of this course and the theory. They can do the final test and midterm successful. To meet the learning achievement, the sample of the student passed the appraisal standard 100% of Thepsati Ratchapat University appraisal system and the CREATE test could decrease time in more interactive and appraisal was following by for learning objects in very well leveled both of median and standard deviation. Acknowledgement: this exercise can be combined with a variety of the program and can be an introductory course for interested students. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Emmanuel James Pataguan to discuss readiness of university stakeholders on flexible learning in the new normal.
Good day, everyone. Allow me to present our study entitled Readiness of University Stakeholders on Flexible Learning in the New Normal. This study was conducted immediately after the declaration of a country lockdown in the Philippines in 2020. This paper was intended to provide information for decision making by the University of St. Louis Tugigaraw. The coronavirus or COVID-19 brought drastic changes in the operations of schools and universities around the world. In the Philippines, schools and universities need to suspend the face-to-face learning modality to help reduce the transmission of the deadly virus. With this, higher educational institutions implemented flexible learning in order to continue to cater to the needs of all learners. Flexible learning involves a shift from traditional teacher-centered approach to learning into a more student-centered and technology-based approach through the shifting into flexible modalities such as online learning and modular learning. This descriptive study was conducted to determine the readiness of the University of St. Louis Tugigaraw stakeholders towards the implementation of flexible learning. An online survey was conducted among the students and parents of this university, and results revealed that the university stakeholders are in favor of the use of flexible learning as the main learning modality in the midst of the pandemic. The students and faculty members were also found to possess the basic tools that are needed for the adoption of flexible learning in the university. These tools include available devices or gadgets that have internet connectivity, available learning areas at home for flexible learning activities, basic ICT skills, and previous experience with online learning. Moreover, parents have shown support for the use of flexible learning, which is crucial in ensuring the success of any educational endeavor. However, certain issues must also be addressed in order to ensure the success of flexible learning implementation in the university. So it is the objective of the research to conduct an assessment of students, parents, and faculty members' perceptions and readiness regarding the use of flexible learning. This is basically descriptive, and an online survey was conducted among students, parents, and faculty members of the different departments across the university from elementary up to the graduate school. 3 sets of questionnaires were prepared to measure students, parents, and faculty members' perceptions and readiness regarding the implementation of flexible learning in the university for the incoming academic year 2020-2021. The questionnaires consisted of 7 items for the faculty survey, 11 items for the student survey, and 9 items for the parent survey. The questionnaires were validated by the university research and development staff and the members of the University Extended Advisory Board. Descriptive statistics such as frequency counts and percentage were utilized to analyze the data. The results indicate on the perception of university stakeholders on the adoption of flexible learning. Majority of the parents and teachers are in favor of adopting flexible learning as a mode of instruction for the incoming academic year. However, students are either not in favor or are not sure of the use of the flexible learning. On the preferred flexible learning modality of teachers and parents, they are most in favor of the use of blended learning, followed by online learning. The devices available for flexible learning, smartphone is predominant device available for use in flexible learning as supported by students and parents, while faculty members reported that laptop is the most available device using the said modality. The devices with internet connectivity at home, students, parents, and faculty members report that internet is accessed most commonly through the use of smartphones. The means of internet access of university stakeholders indicate that students and parents have internet connectivity shared is most commonly done via the use of prepaid mobile data, followed by broadband access and fiber connection. On the availability of teaching and learning space at home for flexible learning, majority of students reported that they do not have a learning space at home that is free of distractions, which can be used for performing and completing flexible learning tasks. However, majority of parents reported that their children have such learning space available. Moreover, majority of faculty members also reported that space at home for flexible learning activities is available. On the confidence and ability for flexible learning, majority of parents and students reported that they are somewhat confident in the students' ICT skills and capabilities needed for flexible learning. Majority of faculty members are also somewhat confident in their ICT skills and capabilities needed. Students' online learning experience. Majority of students have experienced online learning. On the parents' participation in flexible learning, majority of parents are willing to do periodic monitoring of their children's progress in flexible learning and will ensure that children who are doing flexible learning activities are provided assistance. The group concludes that the University of St. Louis is looking into flexible learning, an alternative mode of delivering lesson content to students as a means of adapting to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic on education. The results of this study indicate that parents and teachers are in favor of adopting flexible learning for the incoming academic year 2020-2021. The students and faculty members were also found to possess the basic tools that are needed for the adoption of flexible learning in the university. These tools include available devices or gadgets that have internet connectivity, available learning areas at home for flexible learning activities, basic ICT skills, and previous experience with online learning. Moreover, parents have shown support for the use of flexible learning, which is crucial in ensuring success of any educational endeavor. However, certain issues must also be addressed in order to ensure the success of flexible learning implementation by the university. These issues include the use of prepaid mobile data for internet connectivity, lack of satisfaction with existing online learning strategies by students, and average level of confidence in ICT skills and capabilities of students and faculty members. Thank you, and God bless the Institute for Engineering, Research, and Publication.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Venus Ibarra-Guyos to discuss information literacy of students in one private higher education institution in the Philippines.
Good day, everyone. Allow me to present to you the research entitled Information Literacy Skills of Students in one private higher education institution in the Philippines. Looking at the information environment of the current century, we surmise that there is an influx of educational resources, and the access to these unlimited educational resources is raised to the nth power by the technologies that we have. The internet, both wired and Wi-Fi, and the gadgets that nowadays come abundantly, such that information is just one click or one stroke away. Information originates from a variety of sources, including people, organizations, institutions, agencies, and networks, and it travels through a variety of mediums, including books, radio, television, newspapers, magazines, journals, online resources, and social media. Information travels so fast, and when we are not able to contain all this information coming to us in a speed of lightning, a phenomenon will arise. And this phenomenon is called information overload or information excess. Others call it information overabundance. The internet has become a vital part of everyone's lifestyle in the current century. With the aid of the internet, Many individuals use social media platforms to stay in touch with friends and family, as well as to gather information and news from all around the world. Indeed, the popularity of social media sites such as Twitter and Facebook has exploded. As of January 2020, Facebook, for example, claimed to have 2.80 billion users. On the other hand, as of January 2021, Twitter has 330 million users. Since the inception of these platforms, these figures have been steadily increasing. As a result of their users' ability to report big events and catastrophes around the world, these social media platforms are already being referred to as 21st century newspapers. However, not all social media posts and articles are accurate and reliable. According to a 2018 research, many of the posts on social networking sites are deemed to be bogus and untrue. Because these social media sites are open to the public, anyone can post and distribute information, whether genuine or false. People are also less inclined to check the news that their friends share, resulting in the rapid spread of inaccurate and misleading information. The bad thing is that false or unconfirmed information spreads on the internet in the same way that genuine information does, potentially going viral and affecting public opinion and decisions. Fake news and rumors are the most common types of inaccurate and unverified information, and they should be caught as soon as possible to avoid disastrous consequences. This phenomenon of fake news and unreliable information also predominates the educational sector, particularly among the students. According to literature, Generation Z students are the most exposed to misleading news and false information. Because of this, the information literacy skills of students should be in check, and this is the very rationale for this research. This is so because we all know that the only people who will thrive in today's information overloaded society are the information literate. The set of skills required to discover, retrieve, evaluate, organize, and use information is known as information literacy. It is something that all students must learn in order to efficiently finish research, while also being prepared to discover the data they require for any decision or assignment in life, making them more prepared to do so in all scenarios. This new universe of information is overwhelming at best, and it is no longer enough for people to have access to a wealth of information. They must also possess the necessary abilities to effectively and efficiently get excellent information from the plethora. An information literate person has the ability to sift through a plethora of data to find the relevant information. Information literacy is critical to knowledge generation and lifelong learning. And with all these things aforementioned, this study was carried out. This study made use of a quantitative type of research employing descriptive survey method. The respondents were 1,128 students coming from the different schools of a private higher education institution in the Philippines. The study utilized a standardized questionnaire which was adopted from a survey of students' perception of individual information literacy skills and application of information skills at Casper Community College, conducted by Marvel in 2015. The data gathered were analyzed using weighted mean with the following range and qualitative descriptions such as exemplary, proficient, novice, and no demonstrated achievement. Now here are the findings. Looking closer into the table, the findings show that college students are proficient in terms of their skill in recognizing information need. Of all the skill indicators along information need recognition, the participants are most proficient, particularly in their ability to reevaluate the nature and extent of the information need, having the mean of 1.89. This means that the students possess a satisfactory mastery of the skill to clarify, revise, or refine their questions, as well as to make information decisions and choices. In this table, the college students are revealed to be proficient with a cluster mean of 1.63 in terms of their skill in accessing information. Of the 5 indicators under this information literacy skill, the college students specifically have the highest mean of 1.70 on their ability to extract, record, and manage the information and its sources. This implies that the participants have mastered the skill in selecting the most appropriate technology in retrieving information, what strategies are most effective in accessing information, and which citation details are important to be recorded for future referencing. The table on this screen shows that pertaining to the participants' skill in evaluating and integrating information, the college students are proficient with a cluster mean of 1.7350. Of the 8 skill indicators along this IL scale, the highest proficiency mean of 1.91 pointed to the participants' ability to validate understanding and interpretation of the information through discourse with other individuals, subject area experts, and/or practitioners. This reflects that the students have mastered not only information comprehension and interpretation skills, but also learned the value of validating what they understood and interpreted against expert opinion, including the appropriate methods in getting the field of expertise of people. Now, this table reveals the proficiency of the college students with a cluster mean of 1.7263 along the scale in using information for a purpose. Findings indicate that the skill indicators garnered nearly the same proficiency means, the highest of which was 1.74, falling on the participants' ability to communicate the product or performance effectively to others. This signifies that the students have mastered the skill of selecting the right communication medium and format through which they can share any information they wish to disseminate clearly and with the appropriate audience. The supportive atmosphere in the educational institution, providing avenues for students to have research proposal and full paper defenses, and the encouragement and guidance they get from teachers in joining oral presentations in appropriate conferences, and submitting their paper for research publications make this finding possible among students. In terms of the skill in using information ethically and legally, the college students have also been found to be proficient, touching a cluster mean of 1.78. To be specific, the highest mean along this information literacy skill was on the participants' ability to follow laws, regulations, institutional policies, and etiquette related to the access and use of information resources. This means that the participants achieved an adequate mastery of this skill, as shown in their observation of proper behavior online, complying with school policies on the use of approved passwords to access information sources, along with other legal ways of gathering information, and their understanding of what constitutes plagiarism. In a nutshell, The table presents the level of the assessed information literacy skills of the students as proficient, with the overall mean of 1.73. This implies the mastery that students have along all the 5 information literacy skills. Out of the 5 information literacy skills, the college students got the highest proficiency rating of 1.79 along the skill in recognizing information need. This reflects the participants' mastery of the skill in identifying a research topic, formulating questions, key concepts and terms based on information need, and in identifying possible sources of information that can satisfy their information need. Despite having the lowest skill proficiency mean of 1.63, students are still assessed as proficient in their skill in accessing information, and this can be owed to the abundance of information accessing tools that are of exponential functionalities and capabilities of searching for information. The study concludes that the level of assessed information literacy skills of the students is proficient. Tertiary students are proficient along the 5 skills, such as skill in recognizing information need, skill in accessing information, skill in evaluating and integrating information, skill in using information for a purpose, and skill in using information legally and ethically. The study also comes to the conclusion that information literacy is a life skill and is quite an operative machinery for independent and lifelong learning. As a recommendation, future researchers may come up with similar study using the same variables to be conducted in a wider spectrum, such as the entire region or country, and this is to determine whether the studies will yield similar results and also to reveal the status of information literacy in the region or the nation. Finally, this is also to contribute to the dearth of literature on information literacy in the Philippines. Friends, this ends the presentation. These are the references. Thank you and mabuhay from the Philippines.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let us welcome Ulrike Guelich to discuss gendered entrepreneurship education and the fear of failure.
This study tries to contribute to gendered entrepreneurship education in relation to the impact fear of failure has, which tends to hinder women entrepreneurs, especially, to be innovative. And do women entrepreneurs innovate in new or improved services, products, processes, despite fearing to fail? And does this change over time from being a startup to becoming an established business owner? And can this be influenced by knowing other entrepreneurs? There is a gap in literature on the necessity for entrepreneurship educators for a gendered educational approach on the perceived fear of failure and impact on innovation. Entrepreneurship education, entrepreneurial attributes, problem-solving skills, creativity, change management are essential skills needed for the development of a society. And can entrepreneurship be taught? How entrepreneurship courses should differ from management courses? Action-based approach or experiential approaches are big discussions. And the effectiveness of entrepreneurship education or trainings programs not only depends on the curriculum, but it also depends on individual factors, human factors, contextual factors, and entrepreneurship education might help overcome obstacles. Innovation capability as importance for business success, being innovative, using your corporate resources to enable new ideas, processes, or products. And innovation confidence, the degree to which an individual is willing to engage with and perceive benefit from new products, services, or from products and services that embody new technology. Fear of failure is a perceptual variable with influence on an individual startup decision. And it can be interpreted as loss aversion. It is a subjective perception, a personal judgment, which does not take objective circumstances into account. And it is a strong emotion, mostly negative emotion, that hinders an entrepreneur to make progress towards goals. Fear of failure in Thailand for women entrepreneurs especially is extremely high. 55% of startups and established business owners roughly fear to fail. An entrepreneurial network where women entrepreneurs in Thailand have less access than their male counterparts. And entrepreneurial challenges change through the phases of a business from a startup to an established business. And knowing other entrepreneurs is an important source of information for especially startups when they're looking for opportunities. 4 hypotheses that there are gender differences in the impact of fear of failure, and that an individual's fear of failure will be negatively related to innovation for women entrepreneurs. The impact of knowing an entrepreneur on fear of failure is higher for female than for male businesses, startup businesses. And knowing an entrepreneur in general positively reduces the influence of fear of failure. This study makes use of Global Entrepreneurship Monitor data collected in Thailand in 2017. The sample size, 1,668 entrepreneurs, 548 are startups and young businesses, and 865 established businesses, roughly 50% male and female. Dependent variable was created from 3 variables following Levy's survey items, and independent variables, fear of failure, knowing another entrepreneur, and the moderating effects, fear of failure on innovativeness, and knowing an entrepreneur, fear of failure on innovativeness. Now, no significance was found for fear of failure for both gender and both business phases. But knowing an entrepreneur positively influenced innovativeness. The negative beta coefficients indicate an increase in innovativeness. When using the first moderator, the effect of fear of failure on innovativeness, a significance was only found for male startups and young businesses, not for females. So hypotheses 1, 2, and 3 are all not confirmed. However, the moderating effect of knowing an entrepreneur considerably increased innovativeness by impacting fear of failure for both genders in the startup phase and for female entrepreneurs in the established business phase. So significantly impact if there is an entrepreneurial network. So hypothesis number 4 is confirmed. As a summary, no significant gender differences in the impact of fear of failure on innovativeness were found, regardless of business phase. Interestingly, the impact of knowing an entrepreneur and its influence on fear of failure on innovation is higher for male than for female entrepreneurs. A perceived fear of failure can be moderated by having an entrepreneurial network, reducing the fear's negative relationship to uncertainty or risk-taking. And established women entrepreneurs, even though they experience an overall higher fear of failure rate and have less access to other entrepreneurs, are significantly and positively impacted in their innovativeness in products, services, or processes. For entrepreneurship education, a women's entrepreneurship training or educational program must target the educator, who can come from a diverse background, academically trained university professors or practicing entrepreneurs, or a combination of both. In addition, human factors, human capital, entrepreneurial capabilities, personality, and cognitive traits play a role to foster women's entrepreneurship education. And the findings highlight the importance of entrepreneurial networks for women entrepreneurs for an innovative business approach. And a gendered entrepreneurship approach can help improve networking capabilities, for example, reduce fear of failure and increase innovative behavior. There are still gaps and further studies that need to be done. The exact interplay between fear and knowing an entrepreneur and what specifically leads to an increase in innovativeness are still open questions. I thank you for your attendance. Sawadee ka.
I welcome for our session talk Associate Professor and Head of Mechanical Engineering Department, PhD from Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. B.Tech from JNTU, Hyderabad. He has been involved in teaching, training, research, and administration for the past 24 years in leading organizations, out of which 21 years experience in teaching mechanical engineering, a seasoned professional with rich experience in various institutions, universities of reputed in India. He has rich experiences in ABET, or Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology, United States, NAAC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, India, IET, UK accreditations. There are more than 50 publications to his credit, including 4 books, monographs, research papers in international journals and conferences, popular articles, and many more. Dr. Atul has organized many conferences and seminars, QIPs, and delivered many expert lectures. His research area is machining of aluminum metal matrix, composite, and multi-criteria decision-making, particularly Taguchi optimization and ANOVA analysis. He has bagged Best Book Award worth 1 RS lakh from AICTE, New Delhi, for the book titled CNC Machine and Automation in the year 2016. He has also received the Best Paper Award from many Scopus indexed international journals. He has also completed 3 months duration course in operation research offered by NPTEL and conducted by IIT Chennai in 2015. He is actively associated with professional and social organizations such as ISTE, Indian Society for Technical Education, IEI, Institute of Engineers, India, Solar Energy Society of India, International Association of Engineers, Reviewer Body of International Journal of Emerging Technology and Innovative Research, professional member of IFERP, editorial board member and reviewer of IJTES, or International Journal of Technology and Engineering Sciences, member of Association for Machines and Mechanisms, Chennai. At present, he is guiding as a PhD supervisor at Modi University, Lakshmangar, besides completing 1 DST-sponsored and number of industry-sponsored research projects. Let us welcome our session chair, Dr. Atul Kumar.
Myself, Dr. Atul Kumar. I have received 15 papers to review from IFERP. They are holding a 3rd International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research 2021 in Thailand from 1st to 2nd July 2021 as a virtual conference. And I am one of the session chair, and on behalf of that role I have received 15 papers for review, and I have reviewed all those papers, and I have also given marks under various parameters for these papers. So I will be reviewing all these papers one by one. So I will be starting from paper number 1, that is ICMCER 752230 by Nattavat Somdi. The title of the paper is Using Augmented Reality for Polysang Long Buddhist Ordination
Ayutthaya identity in Mae Hong Son province. So this paper reveals that Western concept of socialization is the process of internalizing the norms and ideologies of the society through generations. So according to the way of life, identity and society, Shan people live very simple and sufficient lives. They live in big and cooperative families. They believe in Buddhism. They believe that the village guardian spirit has the power to create positive and negative impact to the community. They aim for the happy, simple, healthy and prosperous family as well as society. So this paper provides very good insights into the relevant issues. So in my view, this is a very good paper and deserves applause. Okay. Now coming to next second paper, that is the causal relationship and effect of purchasing decisions on products via social media of consumers in Chumphon province by Dr. Malika Subongkod. The purpose of the study was to evaluate factors influencing purchase decisions of the people via social media, to study the effects of social media on the purchasing decisions. The research assumed that trust, expectation, satisfaction factors may be related to the purchasing intentions of consumer products and which are nowadays vastly influenced by trust, brand experience, expectation and satisfaction factors. And again, all these factors are you can say in terms of marketing are affected by the use of social media. So it is overall a good paper, and I think good research has been done in this regard. Now coming to third paper, that is marketing mix factors influencing decision making for big bikes in Fra Nakhon Si Ayutthaya province by Miss Kanchanwadi Simulates. Regarding this paper, the study is on marketing mix factors for big bikes and factors affecting the decision to purchase bikes. And for quantitative research, number of variables have been explored, and the research of this factor, the results of this research really studies factors affecting the decision by the customers to visit the bike stores in market in Farah Nakho province, and overall a very good research work done by the researcher. Coming to paper number 4, that is a traceability system for upgrading quality of agricultural products in Fra Nakhon Si Ayutthaya province by Supakon Limuk Thamo. In this paper, the recent developments, or you can say in agricultural products and their traceability systems have been discussed, and related to that particular province. So overall a very good collective information in real time and in a very mannered database. So overall this study will have impact on food traceability and supply chain management, as well as this traceability of the agricultural product. So overall it is a very good research. And coming to paper number 5, EV car consumption trend among people in Farah Nakhon Si Ayutthaya province by Tharasek Supraset. The recent developments have been discussed in this, and combining with the previous results or analysis covering many years up to many few years in the future, examining key areas of interest like cost, energy use, carbon dioxide emission and battery management. Really a good research work worth praise, and also very good presentation also. And coming to paper number 6, that is the guidance for increasing the channels of distribution development case study in Bagfali community enterprise by Thompong Bumrev. This study reveals the trends and developments of distribution channels, and basically it has three goals. First is to investigate challenges from the channel actor developments, and second to identify explanation for manufacturers vertical integration of distribution, and also to conduct a preliminary consumer value analysis. So overall a good research and a good analysis, very good paper. Then coming to paper number 7, this need assess. This is paper number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is conservation process of Puan ancestor worship festival for tourism promotion in Nakhon Nayok province by Professor Pattama Pasit Pakkul. This is really interesting study. The results indicate that health behavior of the elderly were at high level in all aspects: knowledge of health tourism, skill for tourism, and attitude towards tourism. So regarding hypothesis testing, demographic differences, namely age, education, income, affected health tourism promotion for the elderly at statistical significance level, say of 0.05. So it's also a very good paper. And another should quote that literature that have bearing on the results. So overall a very, very good paper. Then coming to paper number 8. Yes, the needs and assessment of restaurant service in Thailand's east coastal areas during COVID-19 pandemic with Sarvakwel model by Dr. Sompong Oso Varia Thipat. So this study investigated the level of customer trust, loyalty, and repurchase intentions in Thailand, particularly in eastern coast during the COVID-19 crisis. The study found that there was a significant positive influence of customer trust and loyalty on repurchase intentions in coastal tourism by local tourists in Thailand during COVID-19 crisis. So overall a worthy research, very good paper, and it has got much practical use during this pandemic times. So coming to this paper number 9, the problem, causes and solution in online learning of the 4th year students of University of Phayao during lockdown period of COVID-19 pandemic by Somai Rodpan. A very good research area. It investigated the problem, causes and solution in online learning of the 4th year students of University of Phayao during a lockdown period of COVID-19 pandemic. The results were analyzed by statistical software, and findings illustrated the main problems of the learner were the problem of cost, participation, and enthusiasm in online learning. Excellent paper, really excellent paper. It is indeed a very good research analysis in a well presented manner. So it's very good paper. Coming to this paper number 10. Paper number 10 is this influence of service quality on consumers' decision to buy motorcycles in Farah Nakhon Ayutthaya province by Miss Kanchan Wadi Simulatis. So again this is a second paper by this Kanchan Wadi Simulatis. Earlier one was for marketing miss, and this is for service quality of the bikes customer in Farah Nakhon Ayutthaya province. The result of study are helpful to the companies as well as fundamental data to their business planning in improving their products and services to meet the needs and demands of the customer. So overall a good research paper. Coming to next paper, that is creating infographics of local knowledge transmission of Lalna belief on rice culture by Khong That Thongpun. Okay. So it is indeed necessary to strengthen the relation with various bodies and institutions operating in the area and the people living in historic centers, developing increasingly more effective means of communication between various stakeholders. So creating infographics for local knowledge transmission is really commendable. It is a very good research paper, really good for applause. Nice paper. And then coming to this paper number 12, development of integrated policy for local food security to quality school lunch by Professor Dr. Sathapon Sangusfo. Education, both as a system for intervention and as a strategy, can play a vital role in improving food security and nutrition outcomes for many vulnerable groups. On one hand, both formal and informal food learning can support the development of healthy food practices and behaviors. On the other hand, due to characteristics of multiple entry points, preschools, schools, post-secondary institutions can act as a hub of food and nutrition policies. So the policy should be such that they should align with the education sector priorities as well as towards the agricultural, health and social sectors. So overall a very good area, and paper is also excellent, really praiseworthy paper. Coming to paper number 13, that is a model for developing Abhidhamma learning potential for Abhidhamma Chotika college student of university by Farmaha Sirong Kanthadhamo. So this study revolves around this study environment, analysis of the study environment. So developing a learning management system LMS for the student in this university is really praiseworthy. So it's also a good research paper. Coming to paper number 14, the development of Thai Lui community north of Thailand with cultural innovation for quality of life and cultural tourism support by Priya Chanok Kesuwan. So this study revolves around this Thai Lui culture in Phaya province, and it manages research projects in the form of integration of science with all the disciplines involved. So it is expected there will be a way to integrate academics with the local culture, a very good approach and a good research work, really commendable. So coming to this last 15th paper, that is Academic Administration Development of Child Development Center in Charity Schools of Buddhist Temples by Farmaha Nopadol Arsapau. The purpose of research was to propose a model of Buddhist participatory education management of charity school in Buddhist temples. The study involves to study the condition of participatory education management and to develop the model by interviewing the informants. The model was having 4 components like principle, objective, administrative process and evaluation. And really this research is successful in exploring all these areas. So indeed it was a very good research paper. And that's all for the review part. I am really thankful to IFERP for providing me this opportunity, and I also look forward to such associations in future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Arunrat On this special occasion of the third International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, ICMCER 2021, on the 1st to the 2nd of July 2021, at Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. On behalf of ICMCER 2021, we would like to express our thanks to the Director of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Professor Dr. Pathe Wachirabandit, to provide us the opportunity for initiate this the third international conference. We would like to thank the Director IFERP, Mr. Ruda Vanutsapati, who has also provided and encouraged your team to organize this great event. We also would like to thank the Dean from Faculty of Education, Associate Professor Dr. Parasutaporn, who has given kind support for this conference. We would like to express our special thanks to all keynote speakers, which are Professor Dr. Pathe Wachirabandit, Professor Dr. Munas Ahmed Noor, Dr. Prapan Ranjan, Associate Professor Dr. Vichit Rungpan, Professor Ruka Prusadi, and Dr. Chai Ching Tan. Lastly, we would like to thank you very much to Dr. Lampong Klomkroon as the conference coordinator and acting director for research, information and academic services division, ASEAN Studies Center, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. Thank you very much.
On behalf of IFERP and MCU, it has been my immense pleasure to thank all the speakers, committee members, session chairs, delegate, participants of the 3rd International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Education Research ICMCER, organized by MCU, Thailand and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. The participants were very enthusiastic. We have been fortunate to have some of the eminent persons from academia. I am sure that the participants must have benefited by attending this conference. I am thankful to all the participants of this conference for their presence even on the COVID-19 pandemic situation. I am very much thankful to the eminent delegates from MCU who helped in making this conference a grand success. I sincerely thank our Chief Patron, Dr. Parathupuram, Associate Professor, Dean Faculty of Education MCU, and Patron Paramaha Bonsuk Sudiano, Assistant Professor, Deputy Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculty of Education MCU, Dr. Somsak Bonpa, Associate Professor, Deputy Dean for Administrator, Faculty of Education MCU. I am thankful to our conference coordinator, Dr. Lampong Klongkom, Acting Director for Research, Information and Academic Service Division, Asian Studies Center MCU. My special thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Pra Tepwat Tuju Bundit, Rector, MCU, Thailand, Dr. Chai Ching Tam, Ratanakuksin International College of Creative Entrepreneur, RISE, Rajamangala University of Technology, Ratanakoshi, Dr. Vichit Rangapan, Associate Professor, Yala Rajpat University, Thailand, and Dr. Prabhat Ranjan, Vice Chancellor, D.Y. Patel International University, India. I sincerely thank our session chair, Dr. Shivagini Saxena, Assistant Professor and Co-HOD, Sage University, Indore, India. Dr. I.K. Khanna, Group Director, Takshila Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jabalpur, India. Dr. Rajat Bharadwaj, Assistant Professor, Chitkara University, Punjab. Dr. Rajesh Kumar Nagar, Assistant Professor, Sage University, Indore. Dr. Atul Kumar, Associate Professor and HOD, Department of Mechanical Engineering, SET, Mush Lakshamanga. I take the opportunity to thank all the convener, steering committee chair, steering committee member, organizing committee member, national and international advisory committee members, reviewers, and technical committee members for their valuable suggestions and providing their valuable comments in time and help toward the improvement of quality of papers presented in the conference. I thank all the participant speakers and delegates for this enthusiastic participation in this conference. I am sure that these participants must have benefited by attending this conference. Finally, I acknowledge the unwavering support received from MCU, IFEP staff members and IFEP members. My thanks also go to all the peoples who have given their precious time in organizing this valuable conference and made this successful one. On our part, we have also made sincere effort to enhance the quality of the conference by publishing all the accepted papers in Scopus Intech journals and for the benefit and to provide professional opportunity to Thailand members. IFEP initiated IFEP Thailand sections. Thank you once again.
Namaste all. I hope you all are safe along with your family and doing well. First of all, I congratulate you all for your active participation and successful conduction of the program. I thank all the keynote speakers for sparing your value time and words of wisdom. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to IFERP and the team for the sincere support and cooperation. I am also thankful to all organizing committee members of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. And we would like to thank all the session chairs for their valued judgment. Last but not the least, I express my gratitude to all the participants. Once again, thank you all.